It might take like a minute or so.
Try like stay off to the side.
Yeah, just a second.
Yeah.
You're on YouTube? Testing, testing. 1, 2. What's up, Marxist Leninist Chavista? What's going on, Sakudo? Holly? What's going on, Joyce? We're good? All right. And that is definitely copyright. And it's gone. All right, guys, I'm here outside of the Lincoln Memorial for the Rage Against the War Machine rally. I have my first interview. Come on, Dan. Dan Cohen is here. Dan, tell everybody why you decided to come out.
Well, a number of reasons. I mean, it's important for all of us just to denounce the war that the U.S. is waging against Russia that imperils the entire world. I mean, we're talking about the possibility of mutually assured destruction through nuclear weapons, through hypersonic weapons, which no matter where you stand politically, what your political stripe is, that threatens. We're looking at human extinction, possibly. There's no, I mean, you cannot overstate the danger. So that's first of all. Secondly, one of the aspects that people don't really understand, I think, just hasn't gotten enough attention, is that Ukraine is a laboratory for what they're calling digital transformation, meaning your life controlled through your smartphone, digital IDs and central bank digital currencies. So say you participate in some kind of protest that the government doesn't like this today, or you watch a video on YouTube or Rumble that they don't like, well, suddenly you can be cut off from your bank account and you are no longer allowed to participate in society. It's basically thought crime. This is being rolled out in Ukraine. This is the laboratory for the fourth industrial revolution, for well, should we leave it there so we can watch? Okay, so thanks a lot, Sabrina. Appreciate it.
Thanks so much, Dan. All right, guys, I'm gonna get out of the way.
It's so good to see you all. We are here to stop this war in Ukraine, to stop war entirely. We have an amazing group of speakers coming up. Angela?
Hey everyone, how are you guys doing?
All right.
So my name is Angela. I'm the chair of the National Libertarian Party. For years I have asked, where is the anti-war left? And it looks like I finally found you. This is incredible. This event represents, this is a pivotal moment in history.
Yes.
Because it shows libertarians, independents, socialists, populist working class people, people of all backgrounds coming together to say enough is enough and to push back against the might of the American military industrial complex. And against the ominous backdrop of nuclear war, there is a silver lining. We have an opportunity to make a difference. Let's be the thing that reignites the anti-war movement. Let's breathe life back into something that seems to have died 20 years ago. We are the future. And I believe that we can do something really powerful to help put an end to the suffering of the people who are over there in Ukraine, people who are being bombed, people who are being just exploited and abused across the globe because of the American military empire. We have the power. Let's do it.
All right, all. We are facing an out-of-control war machine that has started a world war now in Ukraine, NATO, against Russia, China, and Iran involved. It's up to us to stop it. That's why we're bringing back the anti-war movement. It starts today. You all are a part of it. Let's get it going. Are you all ready? You all ready to start the program? Our first speaker here is Max Blumenthal. He's at the Gray Zone, editor of the Gray Zone. He's going to kick us off today. Take it away, Max.
Thank you, Nick. Thank you, Nick. We're not supposed to be here today. They don't want you to be here. I'm going to talk about why that is. I'm going to address some of the people who don't want us to be here. They do not want an anti-war rally in this town. I want to talk to you as a son of Washington, before I talk to you as a journalist. Someone who's known this city, who grew up in this city in the 1980s, in this imperial capital. And I watched as my city was suddenly struck by a crack epidemic, precisely at the same time that the CIA was seeking covert funding for its illegal wars in Latin America. And I watched as the streets of this city filled up with homeless Vietnam veterans, often still wearing their camouflage BDU, at the dawn of a homeless crisis that is now completely consuming our cities and which is apparent all around us. It was only recently, just a few years ago actually, as I walked through a riverside park by my home here in DC in Anacostia, that I noticed a small memorial to the Bonus Army, commemorating another generation of U.S. veterans who had been abandoned and betrayed by their government. Nearly 90 years ago, thousands of veterans of World War I gathered on the Anacostia Flats and along the Potomac in Hoovervilles, makeshift camps, at the dawn of the Great Depression to demand the bonuses they had been promised and denied by the U.S. government. They had fought in a segregated army, but they now stood together and lived together as black men and white men. Some were supporters of communism. Some were supporters of the kind of America First style conservatism that was becoming in fashion at the time. And all were demonized by a government that saw this show of cultural and political unity as a threat to an empire in the making. Army Chief of Staff Douglas MacArthur warned that pacifism and its bedfellow communism are all around us, as he and the future heroes of the U.S. effort in World War II, Dwight Eisenhower and George Patton, sent their forces against these betrayed veterans. And on July 28, 1932, MacArthur and the U.S. Army attacked the Bonus Army and massacred them with tanks, cavalry, and machine guns, following orders to kill the men they had fought beside below the U.S. flag in the trenches of Europe. And we stand here 90 years later in the same city where this massacre occurred, but countless disastrous wars later. And on the precipice of another economic crisis, we know that by coming here today, by coming together across artificial political boundaries and cultural lines imposed on us by our elites, we stand in the mighty boots of the Bonus Army as an imperial regime in deep decline trembles before us.
I want you to go up there, but try to get.
And that's why
on him. That's what I'm trying to do. Hold on.
it's so tragic to me that this rally has come under attack, not only by the usual suspects in the corporate media, but by sectarian forces that parade as progressive and anti-war. Yeah. They say that right and left should not come together, that our petty differences must define and divide us, and that this rally is a danger to the movement. Well, let me speak now as a journalist who's met and lived with people on the other side of the guns of U.S. empire. Let me speak about the Palestinians I met in the rubble of Gaza who'd seen their families wiped out by U.S.-made missiles and howitzers fired by Israel's apartheid army simply because they dared to resist their dispossession. Let me speak to you about the Syrian people I met in Damascus who'd seen their city surrounded by NATO-backed jihadist militias and who now withstand Israeli bombs and sadistic U.S. sanctions. Let me talk to you about the people I met in Venezuela, Nicaragua, and Cuba, the troika of resistance, who have bravely weathered the storm of CIA destabilization plots and economic blockades. The people I know in the Horn of Africa, from Eritrea to Addis Ababa, who have seen 5 million people displaced by a US-backed proxy war that few Americans even know took place. The Koreans I met, who've been separated from their own people and families by an imposed divide, who have not known peace since the genocidal US war waged on them. And the people I know in the republics of Donbass and Lugansk, who suffered for 9 years under the US-supplied bombs of the Ukrainian military and its sick-heiling neo-Nazi brigades, who celebrate and worship a Nazi collaborator, Stepan Bandera, who murdered my own people in one pogrom after another. These people that I know and that I met on the other side of U.S. empire, they don't care if you're right wing or left wing. They don't care if you're a camel-clad Trumper or a progressive social justice activist. They don't care if you're vaccinated and masked and boosted. They don't care if you're a libertarian or communist. All they want you to do is be out here today to rage against this sick, satanic, neoconservative war machine. That's what they want. Our corporate media, which is just a megaphone for our oligarchic elite, is constantly telling us who our enemies are. They said our enemy was in Serbia when I was a teenager. Then they said our enemy was in Afghanistan. Then they said our enemy was in Iraq. And maybe our enemy was down the street in the local mosque. And we are here today to say that we know who our real enemy is. Our enemy is not in Russia. Our enemy is you, the corporate media, and the oligarchy that you speak for. Our enemy is the empire that's robbed us of our rights, that's looted our treasury for its insane imperial regime change wars, and then has hounded and jailed real journalists like Julian Assange. They say we need to fight them over there so we don't have to fight them here. We say that we will fight the neoconservatives over here before they kill millions more over there. Can you dig it? That's not our war. Whether in Ukraine, or the war they're planning over the Straits of Taiwan, their war is not our war. Our war is for the hundreds of thousands of homeless people sleeping in the cold. Our war is to clean up our rivers. Our war is to fix our crumbling schools and roads. Our war is to fight for the minds of our brothers and sisters subjected to a nonstop tidal wave of corporate media propaganda. Our war starts here. Our war starts today. Can you dig it? Can you dig it? Can you dig it? Thank you.
Thank you, Max.
Yeah! Thanks, Max. Max Blue and Gold! All right, everybody. Next, we have an incredible journalist, Pulitzer Prize winning former New York Times journalist, and a great hero of mine, Chris Hedges.
Idolatry is the primal sin from which all other sins derive. Idols tempt us to become God. They demand the sacrifice of others in a mad quest for wealth, fame, and power. But the idol always ends by requiring self-sacrifice, leaving us to perish on the blood-soaked altars we erected for others. For empires are not murdered. They commit suicide at the feet of the idols that entrance them. We are here today to denounce the unelected, unaccountable high priests of empire who funnel the bodies of millions of victims, along with trillions of dollars of our national wealth, into the bowels of our own version of the Canaanite idol Moloch. The political class, the media, the entertainment industry, the financiers, and even religious institutions bay like wolves for the blood of Muslims or Russians or Chinese or whoever the idol has demonized as unworthy of life. There were no rational objectives in the wars in Iraq, Afghanistan, Syria, Libya, and Somalia, and there are none in Ukraine. Permanent war and industrial slaughter are their own justification. Lockheed Martin, Raytheon, General Dynamics, Boeing, and Northrop Grumman earn billions of dollars in profits. The vast expenditures demanded by the Pentagon are sacrosanct, and the cabal of war-mongering pundits, diplomats, and technocrats who smugly dodge responsibility for the array of military disasters they orchestrate are protean, shifting adroitly with the political tides, moving from the Republican Party to the Democratic Party, and then back again, mutating from cold warriors to neocons to liberal interventionists. Julian Benda called these courtiers to power the self-made barbarians of the intelligentsia. These pimps of war do not see the corpses of their victims. I did, including children. Every lifeless body I stood over as a reporter in Guatemala, El Salvador, Nicaragua, Palestine, Iraq, Sudan, Yemen, Bosnia, and Kosovo, month after month, year after year, exposed their moral bankruptcy, intellectual dishonesty, sick bloodlust, and delusional fantasies. They are the puppets of the Pentagon, a state within a state, and the weapons manufacturers who lavishly fund their think tanks, Project for the New American Century, Foreign Policy Initiative, American Enterprise Institute, Center for a New American Security, Institute for the Study of War, Atlantic Council, and Brookings Institute. Like some mutant strain of an antibiotic-resistant bacteria, they cannot be vanquished. It does not matter how wrong they are, how absurd their theories of global dominance, or how many times they lie or denigrate other cultures and societies as uncivilized, or how many they condemn to death. They are immovable props, parasites, vomited up in the dying days of empire, ready to sell us the next virtuous war against whoever they have decided is the new Hitler. The map changes, but the is the same. Pity our prophets, those who wander the desolate landscape crying out in the darkness. Pity Julian Assange, undergoing a slow motion execution in security prison in London. He committed the empire's fatal sin. He exposed its crimes, its machinery of death, its moral depravity. A society that prohibits the capacity to speak in truth extinguishes the capacity to live in justice. Some here today might like to think of themselves as radicals, maybe even revolutionaries. But what we are demanding on the political spectrum is in fact conservative. It is the restoration of the rule of law. It is simple and basic. It should not, in a functioning republic, be incendiary. But living in truth, in a despotic system, one the political philosopher Sheldon Wolin called inverted totalitarianism, is an act of subversion. The architects of imperialism, the masters of war, the corporate-controlled legislative, judicial, and executive branches of government and their obsequious mouthpieces in the media and academia are illegitimate. Say this simple truth and you are banished, as many of us have been, to the margins. Prove this truth, as Julian did, and you are crucified. Red Rosa now has vanished too. Bertolt Brecht wrote of the murdered socialist Rosa Luxemburg. She told the poor what life is about, and so the rich have rubbed her out. We have undergone a corporate coup d'etat, where the poor and working men and women, 60% of whom lack $400 to cover an emergency expense, are reduced to chronic instability. Joblessness and food insecurity are endemic. Our communities and cities are desolate. War, financial speculation, constant surveillance, and militarized police that function as internal armies of occupation are the only real concerns of the state. Even habeas corpus no longer exists. We as citizens are commodities to corporate systems of power, used and discarded, and the endless wars we fight overseas have spawned the wars we fight at home. As the students I teach in the New Jersey prison system are acutely aware, all empires die in the same act of self-immolation. The tyranny that the Athenian Empire imposed on others, Thucydides noted in its history of the Peloponnesian War, it finally imposed on itself. To fight back, to reach out and help the weak, the oppressed, and the suffering, to save the planet from ecocide, to decry the domestic and international crimes of the ruling class, to demand justice, to live in truth, to smash graven images is to bear the mark of Cain. Those in power must feel our wrath, which means acts of sustained, nonviolent, civil disobedience, social and political disruption. Organized power from below is the only power that can save us. Politics is a game of fear, and it is our duty to make those in power very, very afraid. The ruling oligarchy has locked us in its death grip. It cannot be reformed. It obscures and falsifies the truth. It is on a maniacal quest to increase this obscene wealth and unchecked power. It forces us to kneel before its false gods. And so, to quote the Queen of Hearts, metaphorically, of course, I say, off with their heads.
Thank you, Chris Hedges. That was fiery. We need that kind of energy. Let's keep the energy up. Let's welcome another beautiful voice for truth, Kim Iverson of the Kim Iverson. Thank you, Kim.
We are here, loud and clear, with a message for the criminals running Washington. The America we love doesn't march us into world war, debilitating an entire generation's future. The America we love doesn't throw money endlessly at the military-industrial complex while neglecting its citizens' needs. The America we love doesn't make money off of global death and destruction. The America we love doesn't jail publishers and journalists who expose government crimes, abuse, and overreach. The America we love doesn't use her might to intimidate and destroy other nations, ultimately holding back human beings from living a life of dignity. The America we love doesn't put war profits over people. The America we love doesn't hinder peace talks and doesn't vow to fight to the last human being. Do you hear us, Washington? You are not running us into the America we love. You're destroying us. Hear us loud and clear. No more war. 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 No NATO. No war. No NATO. No war. Free Julian Assange! Free Julian Assange! Free Julian Assange! Free Julian Assange! Thank you.
Thank you, Kim. We want to welcome up here next another incredible voice of truth raging against the war machine. Let's welcome Garland Nixon, political analyst and radio host. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, thank you. Now that we've got all of the smart people out of the way, it's my turn. Hello to Ray Epps. I think I see him right over there. Great. Nice to see you. I want to start by saying this. You know, I've been interviewed a bunch of times today, and I kept getting asked the same question. Why are you here? What are you doing here? Why? What's the reason? My reason is this. I think it's time to tell these pipeline blowing up, mylar balloon shooting down bastards that we've had enough. I don't think it's complicated. You know, I think it's time to say, look, you have every reason in the world for us to fight amongst ourselves so we can't see what you're doing. A perfect example, I'm a lefty. No doubt, no shame in my game, I'm way over there to the left. But, when I grew up, my dad was a longshoreman. He put on a hard hat and he went out in the cold. Then on the weekends, he was a mechanic. He'd lay under cars and work under cars and do things like that. Then I started a job. I became a police officer. And I was a police officer for many years. But I'm a lefty and I'm way over there, and you're not supposed to like me. I'm not supposed to be a person that you can agree with and work with. Why? Because I'm a lefty and there are some areas that we disagree. But I will guarantee you that there are people here who hear my story and say, my dad worked under a car. My dad wore a hard hat. Maybe we didn't have much, maybe we did. My dad had beagles. You know why? Because he was a rabbit hunter. And he went out and he hunted rabbits. He was in a union. He was a lefty. The Longshoreman Union is the left union. But there are a lot of people sitting here who hear the story and say, you know, I'm told we're not supposed to have anything in common and we're not supposed to work together. But that life kind of sounds like my life because it's an American life. But it is not the life of these pipeline bombing, mylar balloon shooting bastards, these elite ruling class people who are putting all of our lives in jeopardy. We are the ones who have more in common with each other than we do with them. And we're waking up. And this, the mainstream media didn't cover this. This is what? Alternative media. People are migrating to alternative media because they've had enough. They're tired of being lied to constantly. They're tired of being looked down upon by these elitists. So I'm here today to send a message to everyone. Look, there's people on the left, there's people on the right, there's going to be people that you disagree with. But if you sit down and talk to most Americans, you'll find your life is not much different than theirs. And the way you see the world is not a whole lot different than theirs. And when that happens, and it's happening now, we can come together. And we can take a government that is completely decoupled from the constituents, that does not represent us in any way, and we can force them, once again, well, if they ever did, but we can force them to do the things that we want them to do, to work for us. We can stop this war machine, and that's what we're going to do. This is the beginning of it. It's going to happen. Thanks, everybody. Free Julian Assange.
Yeah.
The scenario in Ukraine, and the war between Russia and the United States begins. Retaliation for a U.S. cruise missile strike against Russian forces. Russia fires a missile and sinks a U.S. guided missile in the Black Sea. 2 U.S. aircraft take off carrying B-61 nuclear gravity bombs. Nuclear detonations sink Russian ships in the Black Sea. Russia retaliates by hitting NATO targets throughout Europe with nuclear weapons. U.S. launches a massive nuclear strike against Russia. The early warning systems detect the U.S. launch, but Russia launches a massive nuclear strike against the U.S. and Europe. More than 3,000 nuclear detonations occur in 1 hour. Nuclear bombs incinerate all the major cities of Europe, the United States, and Russia. The massive nuclear firestorms cover hundreds of thousands of square miles. Everything remotely flammable burns in the fire zones. 150 million tons of soot and smoke created by the firestorms rapidly rises above cloud level into the stratosphere. The smoke spreads around the Earth and forms a global stratospheric smoke layer. The smoke will block warming sunlight from reaching the Earth's surface. 70% of sunlight is blocked in the northern hemisphere, and 35% is blocked in the southern hemisphere. Because it can't be rained out in the stratosphere, the smoke layer will remain there for at least 10 years. The loss of warming sunlight creates ice age weather conditions around the Earth. The temperatures fall below freezing every day for the next 3 years. Ice age weather prevents food crops from being grown for 10 years. Most humans and other land animals starve to death. This is a mass extinction event.
It is this criminal policy of nuclear brinkmanship which contains the danger of the annihilation of the entire human species in a global nuclear war and following nuclear winter, which is what automatically makes every individual a first-of-world citizen who has to take the responsibility of the outcome of this present conjuncture of human history. We therefore want to catalyze an international movement of world citizens who are committed to propose a new international security and development architecture which will take into account the interests of every single country on the planet. This concept, to consider the interests of every country, was the principle of the Peace of Westphalia, which laid the basis for peace after 150 years of religious war in Europe, and represented the beginning of international law and laid the foundation for the UN Charter, which we need to uphold and reassert.
All right, let's welcome our next speaker. We have got a 13-year veteran of the global war on terror with us today. Yikes. And do we have any other veterans in the audience? You guys are a greatly underutilized demographic. We should be having veterans front and center speaking out against these horrendous wars. So let's welcome Dan McKnight to the stage, a veteran of the Global War on Terror and chairman of the Bring Our Troops Home. Thanks for being here, Dan.
Thank you so much, Angela. My name is Dan McKnight. I'm the chairman of a veterans organization called Bring Our Troops Home. and we advocate for Congress to reclaim their authority and never let a single president, man, woman, Republican, or Democrat ever take our country into war again. Congress must be the only body, the representatives of the people, to properly debate and declare war if war is necessary. Let the representatives of the people do it. You know, I hate coming to Washington, D.C. I hate it. It's where our once humble government, limited government republic came to die. It didn't die because the people voted for it to die, or because the age-old ideas are now valueless. It was murdered. It was murdered by a concept that Americans don't understand. It was murdered by an establishment that only serves their own self-interest. I ask you, when was the last time something good and decent came out of Washington, D.C.? This is where it was decided, based on lies, to take our country into war in Iraq, and in Afghanistan, and Syria, and Yemen, and Kosovo, and Korea, and Vietnam. And if we don't do something soon, in Ukraine. This is where it was decided that the Fourth Amendment just simply didn't matter, and our government could spy on us without a warrant. This is where it was decided to imprison and torture journalists like Julian Assange and pressure media platforms to ban anyone who dissents with the war party's narrative. It's my contention that only problems start in Washington, D.C. There are no solutions in this town. So why are we here? Why are we here? We're here because they don't listen. We're here to let our voices be heard. I was honored to be invited to speak at this event, and I'm astonished by the amount of logistics and the people that are here and all the support, the lineup of speakers, and I'm blessed to share the stage with each and every one of them. Every person here is passionate about ending our endless and undeclared wars. But today, I want to present you with parallel action. In addition to the marches and the rallies and the signs and the DC-focused activism, I don't know if any of that actually grows our movement. We have to take the lever of power back to where we have the most effect. My organization, Bring Our Troops Home, is the vanguard of the Defend the Guard legislation. Defend the Guard is a state-based legislation that would prohibit the state's National Guard from being deployed into active combat duty overseas, absent a declaration of war from Congress. By the way, that declaration of war from Congress is required under the Constitution in Article 1, Section 8. It's not talked about enough, but the National Guard is the backbone of the active duty military fighting force, and it makes up 45% of all of the boots on the ground that have fought in the global war on terror. Without the Guard's manpower, the Washington, D.C. imperial ambitions would become impossible. If we had Defend the Guard in just a few states 20 years ago, the Iraq invasion would have never happened, no matter how much George Bush and Dick Cheney wanted it. This past Wednesday, our Defend the Guard legislation passed a Senate in Arizona. The majority of the legislators on that committee, including the chairman and the Senate Majority Leader himself, and our bill sponsor, a retired Lieutenant Colonel Senator who served in the United States Air Force, voted in favor of the bill. This is not a feel-good legislation. It's not to pat ourselves on the back. It's an actionable bill that means something, that takes some teeth away from the military-industrial complex and the establishment of warmongers. And when it passes, it'll be the first domino in the collapse of this globalist experiment. My organization, Bring Our Troops Home, has already gotten this bill introduced, and check my numbers here, in 16 states so far this year, with more than 5 hearings. We have bill sponsors in over 40 states. My organization, Bring Our Troops Home, has seen the minds changed in Phoenix, Arizona, Charleston, West Virginia, Concord, New Hampshire, more so than we ever have on Capitol Hill. And this is the geographical point on the planet where the largest military empire in the history of the world is the strongest. So why do we waste our effort trying to crack the toughest nut? Who else thinks it's time to abandon this pantomime of influence and begin fomenting some sort of rebellion in the provinces and in the states? Here is a real action item. Everybody here, please take out your phones. Go to defendtheguard.us. Sign our petition. The signatures that we gather will be used to influence change in the legislatures across the country at the state level. Enlist in our movement. Let's permanently break the back of the DC war party and restore the United States Constitution and bring our troops home from their endless and undeclared adventures around the world. The revolution isn't going to happen in DC. It's not going to happen on K Street. It's going to happen in Phoenix and Missoula, in Bismarck, in Boise, in Tallahassee. It's going to happen in the state capitals all across the country. I hope that you will join us and effect change in a much more hospitable soil than what we see right here in the swamp of Washington, D.C. Thank you very much.
All right. Next up, we have a speaker who just ran against Chuck Schumer, our favorite, in New York. This is Diane Sayre with the Schiller Institute, and she's here to rage against the war machine.
Good afternoon. I want to especially thank Nick and Angela for pulling all of us together. And I am pleased that we have smoked out hundreds of FBI agents and thousands of NAFO trolls just by sticking together to oppose our nation from plunging us into the abyss of thermonuclear war. We are here because there seems to be no bottom, no boundary to the depravity of our own government. They would never do that. Has been violated repeatedly to the point that we can be almost certain that if we, the people, don't step in, we are headed over the cliff to nuclear annihilation. We are here because we've been living a lie. As poor Lady Macbeth discovered, once you commit one crime, tell one lie, it multiplies until you reach your tragic end. Unless you choose not to be tragic. We are here because we choose not to be tragic. The lying began at the end of World War II, at the death of FDR. We were told it was necessary to drop not one, but 2 nuclear bombs on Japan. It was not. The Emperor of Japan was already negotiating the terms of surrender through the Vatican. Our VE Day celebration of the defeat of the Nazis, which could not have happened without the enormous sacrifice of the Russian people, was short-lived. And instead of eradicating Nazism, the Dulles brothers, among others, protected Nazis in pockets in our intelligence agencies and in other nations in the name of fighting communism. Yes. Then we had the assassination of our president, John F. Kennedy, and the lie of the magic bullet shot by one lone assassin who apparently also killed Malcolm X, Martin Luther King, and Robert Kennedy. Then we had 9/11, allegedly perpetrated by some guy suffering kidney failure from a cave in Afghanistan. So today, we have the lie that one fine morning, President Vladimir Putin woke up and said, gee, I feel like invading Ukraine today. And idiots in our Congress who knew or should have known better decided to send over $100 billion to a pro-Banderist regime in Kiev, which we created, to wage a proxy war against a nuclear superpower. And now we have the lies about the menacing Chinese balloons. This will not end unless we stop it by standing for the truth. And the truth is that mankind deserves better. There is a movement afoot, a revival of the non-aligned spirit, where nations are uniting, as in the BRICS, the SCO, the Eurasian Economic Union, in a new order based on mutual respect and a commitment to eradicate the common causes of the enemies of mankind, such as poverty, disease, and hunger, without sacrificing sovereignty. Rather than try to crush this new paradigm, the United States should join it. Millions are suffering in our own nation because of our foolish insistence on being the global hegemon. The Pope has offered the Vatican for peace talks without preconditions. President Lula of Brazil has proposed founding a bloc of nations to create a peace organization. I, along with Helga Zepp-LaRouche, who you heard, support these calls for negotiations. It doesn't matter if you like or dislike the initiators. We should act in the spirit of Marian Anderson, who, in spite of the ugly racism which had prevented her from singing at Constitution Hall 84 years ago, accepted the invitation of Eleanor Roosevelt to sing here on these steps on Easter Sunday, 1939. To the amazement of all, she began the program by singing, "My country, 'tis of thee, sweet land of liberty, let freedom ring."
Wow, that was awesome. How was that? Make some noise. Great job. Guys, I'm Jeff Douglas. I'm with the Mises Caucus. Please take some time, stop over and check out what we have going on. I'm here to introduce our next speaker. Let's make some noise for Tara Reid.
Hello, everyone. You know my story. Joe Biden didn't ask for my consent, and his administration is not asking for the American citizens' consent to enter into this proxy war against Russia via Ukraine. Over $100 billion in weapons and aid, and it's going where? We don't know. It's a money laundering scheme. There needs to be a congressional investigation into Joe Biden. for what he's doing for all of us. I will be there for you. I will tell my story at that congressional investigation, and I will go under oath. Now, we're here today not because we have anything bad to say about the Ukrainian people. They are suffering. The Ukrainian workers are suffering. The Russians are suffering. This is about the Western Empire that has basically used the military-industrial complex and weaponized it to these endless wars. Julian Assange has given up his freedom to give us that information. When he told us about the 2014, when he published the information about the 2014 coup that was Western-backed, that led to this moment in history that we are now. The Biden administration is taking us to World War III, and we're not going to have it. You know, there's a Shakespeare saying, as flies to wanton boys, are we to the gods. They kill us for their sport. The elites are not going to kill us. There are more of us than them. We are going to stop this war and stop the endless funding to Ukraine. I see the Russian flags out there. Hello, Russia. You are not our enemy. Russia is not our enemy. China is not our enemy. The military-industrial complex has hijacked the Democratic and Republican Party. And it didn't take much money to do it, did it? So we have to take it back. And we have to demand from these politicians. Because remember, they work for us. We don't work for them. I want to leave on this note. Free Julian Assange. 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 Thank you.
Thank you, Tara! Woo! All right, next up, we got a very special guy. This is Jackson Hinkle of The Dive, and he's here to tell you why we need to stop this war. Jackson Hinkle!
Washington, D.C., how we doing? Look at all of you. You're beautiful. You're beautiful. We got leftists, we got communists, right-wingers, conservatives, paleo-conservatives, libertarians, Green People Party. We got everyone here today, and you look great. Listen, I know there's a little controversy about me speaking, but the truth is that we are here today because we oppose war and we want peace. It's as simple as that, okay? And when my ancestors came over to America on the Mayflower and they fought in the American Revolution, they didn't want war either. They wanted peace. When my grandfathers fought against Nazis in World War II and put their lives on the line, they did not want war. They wanted peace. And that's why we are here today. And war is not easy to talk about. Most of us have never experienced it. Some of us try to forget it. Some of us try to never even think about it because of how damning it is. And I don't blame most of you, but everyone here today thinks about it, understands how evil it is, and understands that the hell it truly raises. And if I can for a moment, I'd like to share a little bit of that hell with all of you right now, because in Ukraine, 16 and 17-year-old boys, not men, but boys, are being rounded up by the 100 and sent to the front in Bakhmut. And you know what happens when they get there? They get sent into trenches, and they're told, you have 4 hours to live once you get sent out there. That's the average life expectancy of a Ukrainian soldier on the front in Bakhmut, 4 hours. And the blood of those young men, the blood of every Russian, the blood of those in Ukraine, in the Donbass, in Donetsk, Lugansk, Mariupol, the blood of those in Zaporozhye and Kherson and Kharkov, all across the region of fighting is on the hands of those in the United States Congress right now. The suits that they wear are drenched in their blood. The food that they eat is a blood stew. The halls of Congress that they go voting to send $10 billion more to Ukraine, the roofs are dripping with the blood of those Ukrainian soldiers. And if you listen closely, you can hear it right now. Yeah. So I want to leave you with something right now, because people often ask me, what is it that we can do? We're on the precipice of World War III. What is it that we can do? We want peace with the Russians. We want to build a new multipolar world. We want peace. We want prosperity. We want to lift the global masses out of poverty. That's what we all want, right? But there's a select few. There's a select few who understand that if they take us to World War III, and if they toy around with the idea of mutually assured destruction, and nuclear Armageddon, and hundreds of thousands of lives being lost, they stand to make a lot of money. So, what I need you all to do from this point onward is to continue this energy you have here today. Fight the information war. Demand not one more bullet, not one more tank, not one more gun, not one more piece of artillery, not one more dollar, not one more penny be sent to the Nazis in Ukraine. Demand peace. Thank you all for being here. Continue this energy.
Congress taking quick action, approving a $13 billion deal to help Ukraine. School districts across our area tell us they've seen significant increases in children that are homeless.
I'm announcing another $800 million to further augment Ukraine.
A revealing look at homelessness among the middle class. U.S. have announced new military assistance for Ukraine. They promised an extra $713 million.
We experienced in the county a 22% increase in homelessness.
The Senate overwhelmingly passing a new $40 billion Ukraine aid bill.
We are learning the homeless problem we are seeing in Knoxville is growing at an alarming rate.
The U.S. is sending an additional $700 million in military aid.
We're in dire straits. We don't know where we're going to go. We have no savings.
The U.S. is sending an additional $1 billion in weapons and aid to Ukraine.
The CEO of the Coalition for the Homeless in Central Florida tells me this is a scary trend.
Pentagon announcing today it's sending a new $450 million military package to Ukraine.
We are going in depth on the issue of homelessness. Of course, a growing problem here in Colorado.
The U.S. sending an additional $400 billion in military aid. Rising housing costs and inflation are leading to more people living on the streets.
The United States is sending another $1 billion in military aid.
69,000. That's how many people are homeless across LA County.
A new aid package is going to be announced tomorrow, including an additional $3 billion to train and equip Ukrainian forces.
Sacramento's homeless population had a jump of 67%. The White House now asking Congress for more than $13 billion in additional military aid. More than 2,500 students within the district don't have a place to call home.
Yeah, Katie, and that's about more from last year.
Well, the Biden administration is preparing to send another $600 million military package to Ukraine.
There's a stark warning from city officials tonight as they're seeing a record number of families out on the streets.
$275 million to meet Ukraine's critical security and defense needs.
One LA County city is close now to declaring a state of emergency over homelessness.
The White House is also asking for $37.7 billion to fund the war in Ukraine.
Housing prices are up 17% from the previous year, and you can see the fallout of that just right behind me here.
The Biden administration is terrible. Republicans and Democrats have absolutely failed us, especially when it comes to this war. I think the United States really needs to start looking at different options. And on that note, I would love to introduce 2016 Green Party presidential candidate Jill Stein. Thank you so much for being here. Third Party in Spirit.
All right. Wow. You are beautiful. It is so wonderful to be here today to see us all across the political spectrum. And I just want to say, in my experience, it's not so much a matter of right or left. It's really a question of the few elites at the top versus all the rest of us. And that's what they are afraid of. So we're here today, not just to rage against the war machine. We're here to dismantle the war machine because it is hurting us all. No one more than the people of Ukraine, who are the cannon fodder in this superpower proxy war. We need a movement to overcome the powerful special interests behind the war machine, the war profiteers, the fossil fuel barons, the health insurance barons who are profiting from the carnage. And in the interests of building that movement, I want to clarify today some of the forbidden truths that we are not supposed to talk about. These are the empowering truths the war machine does not want us to know. This is especially for the benefit of the people who are just waking up to realize that we are all in the crosshairs of this crisis. Martin Luther King spoke the first forbidden truth nearly 60 years ago, that the U.S. war machine is the greatest purveyor of violence in the world today. And it is much bigger now, and it's impoverishing and endangering us all. It squanders 2/3 of our discretionary budget. It puts at grave risk virtually every dimension of our security: nuclear, economic, food, climate, energy, everything. Left to its own devices, the war machine, with its proxy NATO, will destroy life on the planet. It is in the process of doing that right now. The dimensions of the war machine, you may know, are quite totally off the charts. The U.S. has some 800 foreign bases, while Russia has about 30. Our so-called war on terror continues in a mind-boggling 85 countries. Do we hear about that? Not one bit. Our wars are going on in 85 countries. Our 840 billion, and that, by the way, is from the Cost of War project at the Boston University, not exactly a hotbed of radicalism. These are the basic truths that we are not supposed to know. Our $840 billion military budget is equivalent to the next 9 budgets combined, and the $100 billion we are spending to support war in Ukraine, that alone is greater than the entire annual Russian military budget. We've conducted over 250 military interventions in the past 20 years alone and killed a staggering 6 million people in just a portion of the so-called U.S. war on terror. This murderous military spending consumes resources desperately needed here at home by 70,000 people who die each year for lack of health insurance, for 500,000 homeless people on any night out on the streets, for 33 million mired in student debt, 100 million in medical debt, 22 million in impoverished children, and on and on. U.S. imperial aims are clearly stated in our official military policy known as full spectrum dominance, an all-purpose declaration of war for all time against all economic and military competitors, friend or foe, which leads to the second forbidden truth, namely that the U.S. empire has been provoking war with Russia for decades. However murderous and illegal the Russian invasion is, and all wars are murderous and almost all wars are illegal, that Russian invasion was a provoked response to an even bigger, more murderous, illegal game plan of the U.S. empire, in which defeating Russia is just one small apart. So yes, Russia illegally invaded Ukraine, but did so with a gun to its head, or in this case, nuclear compatible missiles to its head. When the roles were reversed and Russian nukes were at our doorstep in the Cuban Missile Crisis, our response was what? It was to begin immediately launching nuclear war. That puts Russia's invasion in perspective and makes it rather moderate by comparison. Khrushchev and Kennedy had the good sense to back off and negotiate. We need to follow their example now. Instead of engaging peace overtures, the U.S. has been throwing billions in weapons and economic aid to keep this war alive, even blowing up the Nord Stream pipeline, it appears, to prevent Germany from backing out in the face of economic disaster. If the U.S. wasn't afraid of finding out, of confirming that we were the ones behind the Nord Stream disaster, we would be investigating, not celebrating, which is what we are doing. So I just want to add, the nuclear threat produced by all of this is an emergency of the highest order, and we are all in the crosshairs of this emergency. Yet our leaders are playing a game of nuclear chicken, pretending nuclear war is winnable. If as few as 100 nuclear bombs are dropped, that alone is enough to trigger nuclear winter, which means most of us are going and we're on our way out. So this is absolutely unacceptable. Also, the Ukraine conflict is accelerating destruction of the climate, which is already at the brink of collapse. The bottom line is this: this war and the war machine that it's a part of are endangering and impoverishing all of us. Martin Luther King had it right, not only about the U.S. being the greatest purveyor of violence, but also that militarism doesn't stand alone. It is joined at the hip with what Martin Luther King called the triple evil of militarism, racism, and materialism. That's why the crisis of empire is inseparable from the crisis of racial and economic equality and the crisis of democracy that allows our policies to be bought and paid for by the highest bidders, in this case, Wall Street and the war profiteers. On each of these crises, we have hit the breaking point. For that reason, in the practical matter of reaching critical mass, we need a broad movement for peace, justice, and democracy. With us against the political and economic elites, the 1% against the 99. We need that broad movement. And as a first step, we need an immediate ceasefire and negotiations to ensure the security and autonomy of all parties as provided in the Minsk Accord. This is not rocket science. As Frederick Douglass said, power concedes nothing without a demand. It never has, it never will. We are here today to build that demand until it cannot be denied. Our very lives depend on it. Thank you so much for making it happen.
All right, guys, that was Jill Stein.
Thank you, Jill. How's everyone doing? Does this feel good to be here in DC raging against the war machine? We got a lot more great people you're going to hear from. Next is Gerald Celente. He is the publisher of the Trade Journal and the founder of Occupy Peace. Gerald Celente.
I don't know if it was Jesus, Muhammad, or Buddha. One of them said, you better boogie before the lights go out because tomorrow is iffy. And boy, is it iffy. Rage against the war machine. Rage, I looked up what it means, to show that you are very angry about something or someone. He raged against the injustice of all. And that's what it is, anger. I am angry. And he who is not angry, when there is just cause for anger, is immoral. Why? Because anger looks to the good of justice. And if you can live amid injustice without anger, you are immoral as well as unjust. That was from St. Thomas Aquinas. Joe Biden, that guy, you know, he says he's a practicing Catholic. I don't know what Prince of Peace he looks up to, man. But hey, how about what St. Thomas Aquinas says? Now, there's a guy that loved every war, and he's a few years older than me, and was a draft dodger in Vietnam. All of these little tough guys with a pair of cojones smaller than a mothball that love to send people to go die. How about Bill Clinton? Every time he got caught with his pants down, it's bombs away over Baghdad. How about the Nobel Peace of Crap Prize winner, Barack Obama? I want that guy's son out of it. No, you have to say it properly, Sergeant. You said it like you're an Italian. Assad has to go. Gaddafi has to go. We have to murder all of these people all over the world. And I'm going to bring the troop surgeon, and I'll win a Nobel Peace Prize. But you have to do it properly. You have to keep saying folks, folks, folks. And that's all he did was focus. I am angry at mainstream media prostitutes. These little media whores that get paid to put out by their corporate pimps and their government whoremasters. All they do is keep selling war, hate, fear, and hysteria. They ban us who speak for peace, love, facts, and freedom. The big story making the news. Vice President Kamala Harris announced that the United States formally determined that Russia committed crimes against humanity. Hey, Harris, did you like the Iraq War? How many people did Miss Stalin Americans killed? How about those crimes against humanity? And where's the Cartoon News Network, CNN, showing everything the crap spewing out of Kamala's mouth, but never showed every day of Americans being slaughtering people all over Iraq. They never knew the Americans' 20-year war in Afghanistan, slaughtering people every day. But every day they have the Ukraine war. Every day they're media pimps. I am angry. Yep, because anger looks toward the good of justice, and the congressional crime syndicate running and ruining America by their constant warmongering deeds is immoral. They call where we are Washington. Guess what? Washington must be turning in his grave to see the little freaks that they call Congress, that they call Washington. This is President Washington, a guy that crossed the Delaware, that really fought, not like you little guys playing president. Not like you little boys and girls playing Congress. Can you imagine Mitch McConnell fighting? Little Lindsey Graham fighting? Little Adam Schiff fighting? George Washington warns us, his farewell address, no foreign entanglements. Quote, it is our true policy to steer clear of permanent alliances with any portion of the foreign world. The nation which indulges towards another's habitual hatred or habitual fondness is in some degree a slave. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Slavelandia. That's what they've done to us. The plantation workers of Slavelandia. Jill Stein and others gave all the facts about how the war machine is robbing us of our money. And look at the lives of what's happening in this country. I launched Occupy Peace nearly a decade ago. And I've had a number of peace rallies. Our platform is honor the founding fathers, close up all of those bases overseas, and bring the troops home. Secure the homeland with our troops. Give them skills, put them to work rebuilding our third world rotted infrastructure. And then finally, you want to go to war? Let the people vote. 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 Not these little clowns, these little gutless boys and girls that love to get us killed as they keep taking money in their pockets from the defense industry. Morons and imbeciles call it campaign contributions. Adults call it bribes and payoffs. Thank you all for being here. Thank you for what you're doing. United we stand, divided we die. And thank you all for putting this on. Thank you.
Wow. That was amazing. Let's keep that energy up. I want to welcome to the stage Dan Cohen, correspondent for Redacted. Thanks for being here.
Wow, that was incredible. Gerald Salente, oh my God, I'm feeling the righteous anger. Do you all feel angry in a righteous way against this war machine? You come from all over the country to put aside differences and stand up to the war machine that has brought us to the brink of nuclear annihilation. The neocons that have seamlessly shifted from administration to administration, from Reagan, Bush 41, Clinton, Bush 43, Obama, Trump, and to Biden, they are fully in control and they imperil humanity. And for coming to this rally, we've been smeared as, quote, not anti-war. Well, let's not confuse being anti-war with pacifism. Any honest observer knows that responsibility for this war is not in Moscow, it's here in Washington. It's in the State Department, it's in the Pentagon, it's in the White House. Russia didn't expand west. NATO expanded east up to Russia's border. And while pacifism is great in an ideal world, there's nothing ideal about wars of aggression against Iraq, against Libya, against Syria, and so many other countries. Any leader, any people would defend themselves as Russia is today. War is hell, but blaming both sides obfuscates reality. One person can end this war. His name isn't Vladimir Putin, it's Joe Biden. Yes, the U.S. is at war with Russia. But this war is not only about regime change and dismembering Russia, it's also about implementing a system of technocratic dictatorship all over the world, run by the very the science technological elite that President Eisenhower warned us about in 1961. It's about digital IDs and central bank digital currency. The ruling class seeks to implement the ultimate form of control over our minds and bodies, and Ukraine is the laboratory. Through the 2014 coup d'etat and 8 years of war, the once sovereign state of Ukraine has been made a subsidiary of Silicon Valley giants Amazon, Google, and Microsoft. It's an avatar state. Its officials are disciples of Klaus Schwab and the World Economic Forum. And this is funded by Samantha Power and USAID, right over there. This digital transformation is being exported to other countries, and if we don't defeat it, it will come home to roost here in the United States. People who participate in rallies like this can be cut off from your bank accounts, disallowed in society. So this is the threat we face domestically, this new form of technocratic fascism. But this permanent war against Russia isn't enough. We're being prepared for war against China, too. The same government that's telling us to not worry about chemical spills in East Palestine, Ohio, or that nuclear war is just a natural part of our lives, is telling us that balloons in the sky are the real threat. And it's not just the great powers of Russia and China that the U.S. is seeking to destroy. We're being prepared for war on Haiti. As we've seen with every other U.S. war of aggression, the propaganda apparatus needs a figure to demonize. Saddam in Iraq, Gaddafi in Libya, Assad in Syria, Putin in Russia, Xi in China, and in Haiti, it's a leader named Jimmy Cherizier. His nickname is Barbecue. The mainstream media would tell you that this man is a mass murderer, he's a gang leader, he's a killer, and I'm here to tell you the media is lying. These lies are paving the way for war. Today, Canada is doing the U.S.'s dirty work. Justin Trudeau sent a warplane to surveil Haiti, to disrupt gangs, and now it's deploying naval forces to patrol Haitian waters. Thank you. Yes, Canadians, brave Canadians speaking out. Canadian military contractors are operating troll farms, impersonating Haitians to make it appear that they want to be invaded. Lastly, we have to oppose all aspects of the military-industrial complex, not just the #1 Pentagon contractor, Lockheed Martin, or the #2, Boeing, but #5, Pfizer. #9, Moderna. We have to recognize that the biopharma complex is inseparable from the military-industrial complex. We have to understand that the COVID-19 response, lockdowns, and experimental injections were deadly war measures imposed against us by the Pentagon. If we don't oppose the biosecurity regime, we're fighting the war machine with one hand behind our back. Information is power. Stay informed. Fight back.
All right, guys, for those who are just joining, that was Dan Cohen.
Next up, we have someone special. Nellie Mackay, singer-songwriter, Broadway performer, All-American irritant to the powerful. She's coming up. She's going to be performing for us, and she's going to be introducing Jimmy Dore.
Great singer.
Come on, all of you big strong men. Uncle Sam needs your help again. He got himself in a terrible jam years ago in Afghanistan. So put down your books and pick up a gun. We're gonna have a whole lot of fun. And it's 1, 2, 3. What are we fighting for? Don't ask me, I don't give a damn. Next stop is in Iran. And it's 5, 6, 7. Open up the pearly gates. Well, there ain't no time to wonder why. Whoopee, we're all gonna die. Come on, generals, let's move fast. Your big chance has come at last. Gotta go get those towel heads. The only good Arab is the one that's dead. And you know that peace can only be won when we blow on the kingdom come. And it's 1, 2, 3. What are we fighting for? Don't ask me, I don't give a damn. Next stop is in Iran. And it's 5, 6, 7. Open up the pearly gates. Well, there ain't no time to wonder why. Whoopee, we're all gonna die. Come on, Wall Street, get off your ass. You know, war can be a gas. Lots of good money to be made. Supplying the army with tools of trade. Just make sure when you drop the bomb, you bomb Iran. And it's 1, 2, 3. What are we fighting for? Don't ask me, I don't give a damn. Next stop is in Iran. And it's 5, 6, 7. Open up the pearly gates. Well, there ain't no time to wonder why. Whoopee, we're all gonna die. Come on, mothers, let's go attack. Pack your kids off to Iraq. Come on, fathers, don't hesitate. Send your sons off before it's too late. Be the first one on your block to have your boy go home in a box. And it's 1, 2, 3. What are we fighting for? Don't ask me, I don't give a damn. The next stop is in Iran. And it's 5, 6, 7. Open up the pearly gates. Well, there ain't no time to wonder why. Whoopee, we're all gonna die. Woo! Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome your friend and mine for now, Jimmy Dore.
Jimmy! Hello, thank you. How about a hand for Nelly one more time? It's great to be here. It's really encouraging to see so many people come out like this. It really warms my heart. And it reminds me of my best friend, Barry Crimmins. He was a hilarious and courageous comedian, a staunch critic of the U.S. government. And I know if he was alive, he'd be here today. Look, there's a balloon. Just go out.
Hold on, guys. I think the mic went out. Okay, here we go.
Is this better?
Okay.
Oh, well, my feet. Hold on. All right, so I'll hold this. So I've been thinking of my friend Barry Crimmins. He was a hilarious and courageous comedian. He was a staunch critic of the U.S. government, who I know if he was alive would want to be here today. And people would always ask him, hey, if you don't like America, why don't you move to another country? And he would say, because I become a victim of our foreign policy. It's not working. People can't hear it back. Why is this? It's too low. It was just really loud, and then it got really low. Can we make it louder? No? Can we make this louder? Where's the guy? Is it over here? Can you make it louder? Can you make it louder? No, you can't make it louder. Oh, there you go. There you go. Holy shit, that wasn't hard, huh? What the fuck? All right, I'm not going to start over, but I should. Start over? All right. So I'm reminded when I look out here of my friend Barry Crimmins, who was a hilarious and he was a courageous comedian. He was a staunch critic of the U.S. government. If he was alive, I'm sure he'd be here today. People would always ask him, hey, if you don't like America so much, if you're such a critic, why don't you move to another country? And he said, I would, but then I'd become a victim of our foreign policy. Joke worked twice. He used to say there's a reason why there's no viable third party in America. It's because corporations don't want to cut a third check. And that's a shame because the two parties in America that we have just ain't cutting it. They both support sending over $100 billion to Ukraine. We could have spent that money saving lives with universal health care, but instead we spend that money taking lives overseas, which is our specialty. We send them what we call foreign aid. Foreign aid, that's money to another country. We drop care packages on their heads from the sky, but it's not full of food. And the only money we have left over are spent shooting down hobby balloons. Can you imagine if the Independence Day was just about balloons? I mean, the movie, right? The aliens are invading, and man, they are taking their time. At least Macy's figured out how to make a balloon look like somebody. They could attack us with Superman or something. Would Mickey Mouse's adorable ears eavesdropping on our cell phone conversations be so much worse than the NSA? I don't think so. You know, we can end this war today through diplomacy, but our politicians want to enrich weapons manufacturers, so they keep donating to them to the tune of $100 billion. Chris Hedges has called America a mafia state. Systems of governance that are seized by a tiny cabal become mafia states. The military-industrial complex and the Ukraine war represent an orgy of looting and corruption. America is the most powerful mafia that has ever existed. And the hitmen in that mafia have military pilot licenses. The difference between our government these days and the mafia in the 1940s, well, the mafia in the 1940s helped defeat the Nazis. They used longshoremen and union leaders. It's a sad day when you can't even trust the mafia anymore. Do you know what America really needs? We need to take the money out of Ukraine and give it to everybody here so we can buy a balloon and a gun. That's the only way we can settle this. We all need to be floating around shooting each other down out of the sky. Better yet, the guns shoot vaccine syringes. Yeah, that's America. Eat boosters, you motherfuckers. America is so corrupt, even our Peace Prize winners are war criminals. Barack Obama won a Peace Prize and he immediately ramped up the war in Afghanistan, starting bombing in Libya, put a hit on Osama bin Laden, dropped 26,000 bombs in Syria. That's the thing about those Peace Prizes. Nobody ever tries to win a second one. I have a list of things we could have bought with that $100 billion instead of sending it to Ukraine for killing people. Instead of sending money to Ukraine, we could get President Biden a dog that knows where to lead him when a press conference is over. We sent enough money to Ukraine to buy everybody a tank of gas. For all the money we've given to Ukraine, do you know how many eggs we could buy? Almost a dozen. With $100 billion, you know, they can say you can end homelessness for $20 to $40 billion. We could have ended homelessness, then restart homelessness, then say we were only kidding, and then end it again. We can't end homelessness in America. We can't even fix the bridges that the homeless people live under. That's how corrupt we are. Every American for $100 billion could have had a home. But it's way more important that we make sure nobody in Ukraine has a home, because now it's going to be turned into a crater. We could give every homeless person in America $160,000. Or if you want to help Americans but still show our support for Ukraine, we could buy every homeless person in the United States 7,000 Ukraine flag fleece blankets. We could have used that $100 billion. $100 billion would have provided universal health care to all the people in Algeria, Botswana, Morocco, Rwanda, the Philippines, Sri Lanka, Thailand, Romania, Croatia, Mexico, and Peru. Oh, wait. Those countries already have universal health care. My bad. For the $100 billion, we could buy 2 FTX collapses. For $100 billion, we could buy every person on earth a blue check mark on Twitter. Because shouldn't we all have an equal opportunity to be insufferable assholes? For $100 million, we could get Chick-fil-A to stay open on Sundays and perform gay weddings. For $100 million, we could buy an entire separate Russian invasion of Ukraine and have enough left over to pay Biden's monthly salary for the rest of his life. For $100 billion, we could break the Bank of England 3 times. We could buy every man, woman, and child in America an opportunity to pick something really nice from the Goop catalog. I know I didn't get that joke either. For $100 billion, we could have the entire cast of Shark Tank dropped to an actual Shark Tank. We could pay for 90 Alex Jones lawsuits. We could buy a shit ton of balloons to spy on China and still have enough money left over for complete regulatory capture. Isn't that special? We could have gotten like 5 experimental drugs approved. For $100 million, we could remake the Marvel Avengers movie with the entire original cast, but as a porno. We could do that 90 times over. We could have spent that money on transportation, high-speed rail, but it was more important to the people who duct tape somebody to a lamppost with their pants pulled down. We could cure cancer, but people wouldn't be happy with that because they prefer sick people instead of healthy ones. With the money we sent to Ukraine, we can hire an entirely separate new police force to protect us from the current police force. We could have funded everyone having free college instead of buying a Mount Kilimanjaro's worth of blow for Zelensky. Why are we sending that money to Nazis in Ukraine when we could be funding Nazis here in America struggling to buy eggs? Isn't that just like our government to neglect all the Nazis we have here in America? This is really a fight over nuclear war. Just across the road, there's a statue of Albert Einstein. Man, he looks depressed. He once said, if I could do it all over again, I'd be a plumber. You know why he said that? I thought it was because his toilet was always backed up. It was because the military-industrial complex used his science to kill people. They took Einstein's discovery and used it to melt the skin of Japanese civilians. Entire cities full of children and animals extinguished in less than a minute. Generations poisoned by radiation. Bombs today are much more powerful than those bombs we took on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. And I know there's some people who wouldn't show up to this peace rally, this anti-war rally, because of some of the speakers they didn't like on this stage. And I get what they're saying. They're saying, hey, I want to help stop a nuclear war, but not with those people. I get it. I'm the same way. My house caught on fire a couple of months ago. And when the firemen showed up, I was like, whoa, whoa, whoa. What's your views on Social Security and Medicare? I mean, I get this is a scary situation. My house is on fire. But first, I need to get your stance on LGBTQ and gender-affirming surgery. I know my house is burning down, but are you vaxxed? I need to see proof of at least 1 booster. I need to know what your position is on gender-affirming surgery. What age should it start, and what's your cutoff? And they're standing there looking at me like I'm fucking crazy. I guess you don't get to put out my fire then, and my house is going to burn down. I hope you're happy. So when people give me a litmus test and they ask me what kind of lefty am I always say I'm a Sandy Koufax lefty. Okay? When it comes down to survival, which this is, there is no gift basket with a card thanking you for your participation. You don't get everything you attended to like in a hotel, but maybe you do get to survive. And that's the whole point. Save the nitpicking for Whole Foods. The people who won't be attending today had never any intentions of doing so. And if it wasn't one of the speakers, it would have been the weather. It would have been because they have more important things to do than survive. They'll be home watching CNN not cover this all day. The people who don't want to attend this rally because they don't like a speaker reminds me of what W said, that you won't drink water because fish fuck in it. You have to work with people you disagree with time, even sometimes people you hate, because we need each other to survive. I'm reminded of the words of Frederick Douglass, who said, "I will join with anyone to do good, but with no one to do bad." If Black Panthers can march hand in hand with the KKK down Las Vegas Boulevard to get welfare payments reinstated, we can join hands with the right wing, the libertarians, the left, the socialists, the communists, everybody to stop a nuclear war. And what's happening right here at this rally is what actually scares the hell out of the establishment. Everybody from the left, everybody from the right, everybody from the middle coming together to realize that we have more in common than divides us, and we share a common enemy. That enemy is the military-industrial complex and the same oligarchy that did a controlled demolition of our economy, and then they want me to hate my neighbor for the pain I'm feeling because of that, because they wouldn't take the way they said it in the first fucking place. Well, I'm not gonna hate my neighbor. I'm gonna love my neighbor. Because my neighbor is suffering under the same oligarchy that I the oligarchy did. They don't mess right and left. If everybody on the right could realize that not everybody on the left likes Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer, we just want to end the wars and have health care that doesn't bankrupt us. That would go a long way. And if everybody on the left could just realize that not everybody on the right is the white supremacist Trumper fucking gun nuts. I love you. Love you. Come together. I'll see you at the next game. Together.
Jimmy Dore! Yeah! Who thinks this guy should run for Senate? Yeah! That's right!
People have spoken. Thank you guys so much for being here. We're going to have some incredible music coming up for you next. Was there anybody here who might have attended a Ron Paul rally in the past?
Ron Paul fans in the house!
He's going to be speaking soon, but right before that, we're gonna have some music for you. We're gonna hear from Jordan Page and Tatiana Moroz.
Welcome, Jordan and Tatiana.
They're gonna get set up right now. Jordan is a liberty lover, a Ron Paul advocate, libertarian singer. Tatiana is also a libertarian singer-songwriter and a cryptocurrency enthusiast.
All right, guys.
Forward to it.
So it sounds like after this music act, Ron Paul will be up next.
And her mic is not hot yet, but we'll get that. Ron Paul fans? Are there any Jimmy Dore and Ron Paul fans?
Yeah!
Oh, look, what do you know? Another thing in common.
Hey, you guys think that we should just leave it at this? Or you think we should do another one? Even bigger, right? Even bigger! So we got plans coming up. Just as soon as we got plans, we're going to share them later about what's coming next. Because this is just the beginning.
Absolutely. All right, take it. What you gonna do when they come for you? Are you gonna lay down die. Tell me, officer, tell me, what did I do? Was it 'cause I was speaking my mind? What is the land and are we still in? We go and change the tide. Tell me what to do when they come for you. Tell me what to do when they come for you. Thought we were free inside. Are you gonna wait? Will you be prepared when they set the world on fire? Did you learn the truth? I know that you're scared, 'cause you would want to fight for a life. What is the land of the are we still in? Can we go and change the tide? Tell me what to do when they come for you. Tell me what to do when they come for you. Thought we were free inside. Answer the call, this could be the end. Defend our sacred ground. The devil will fall, he isn't your friend. Buying souls by the pound. What is the land and are we still in? We go and change the tide. Tell me what to do when they come for you. Tell me what to do when they come for you. Thought we were free inside. Give me your hand, together we stand. We'll fight side by side. God has a plan, can sing with the band. Open up your mind. What is the land and are we still in? Can we go and change the tide? Tell me what to do when they come for you. Tell me what to do when they come for you. I know what to do when they come for you. I know we're free inside. We're free inside. Thank you. Communist war. You that build all the guns. You that build the dead flag. You that build all the bombs. You that hide behind walls. You that hide behind it. I just want you to know I can see through your back. You that never done nothing but kill to destroy. You play with my world like it's your little toy. And you turn and run farther when the fast goes by. Like so, you lie and deceive. World war can be won. You want me to believe what I see through your eyes, and I see through flames. I can see through the water that runs down twain. Casting all the triggers for the other side. Then you sit back and watch as the background gets high. You hide in your mansions while young people's blood flows out of their bodies and is buried in the mud. You've grown worse fear that can never be heard. Fear to bring children into the world. Put her in my baby, unborn and unnamed. You ain't worth blood that runs in veins. So how much do I know to talk out of turn? You might say that I'm young. You might say I want to learn. But there's one thing I know. No, I'm younger than you. Believing Jesus could never forgive what you did. So let me ask you one question. Is your money that good? Will I forgiveness? Do you think that it could? Well, I think you will find when your death takes its toll, all the money you made will never buy back your soul. And I hope that you die, and your death will come soon. I will follow your casket on a pale and I'll watch as you're lowered down into your deathbed, and I'll stand over your grave till I'm sure that you're dead.
This is Tatiana Moroz, everybody. TatianaMorozMusic.com.
No, just TatianaMorose.com.
Oh, TatianaMoroz.com.
We're so happy to be here with you guys.
So happy. I want to thank Angela McCardle and Nick Brandon for organizing this and bringing together a ton of people who might not normally even talk to each other, are all organized for this common purpose. It's a beautiful thing. Really is. Thank you guys for having us.
So with any show that I do, my goal is to get you really pissed off, and then at the end make you feel really good. So I got 3 songs to accomplish that. So come with me. Here we go. Listen to the sound that you hear like an echo in your head. There's a strange vibration rising out from the heart of America, America. Listen to the sound of the drum calling place to the gate of the new world order. Don't be gone unaware when the heads start rolling. No, it couldn't happen here. I know it never happened here. But I will not submit to authority of man. I'll wait this fucking day. If you had an open door, would you kill a little more? Listen to the cries of the dead falling in Afghanistan. Is there no one out there? I see drones dropping bombs on the sons of Arabia. Listen to the sound of applause in a chamber full of men sailing people as they plan their songs on the hearts of America. No, it couldn't happen here. I know it never happened here. And I will not submit to authority of man. I'm alive, I'm awake. This is all that I can take. If you had an open door, would you kill a little more? There's a war machine in motion, and the bullets fall like rain. And the light in the eyes of the innocent has faded into pain. Yesterday I knew the world was being toward the end, but today I see the wasteland, and it's too late to pretend. Listen to the words of a man with a rifle in his hand. Don't be mistaken, I believe in peace, but I won't be taken. And I will not submit to authority of man. I'm ready to die, but not for a life. See the sun's up here, you know it's gonna happen here. Oh.
Oh, yeah. Tatiana and I met 11 years ago in February for the Ron Paul March on the White House. It's pretty close if it's not the same
I
day.
think it might actually be the same day, and that was to support Dr. Paul over there. That was an incredible day.
This song is aptly titled "The War Machine." I'd like to dedicate this to Henry Kissinger. Ashes to ashes were falling down. Slaves to the men that stole the crown. Was a warning sign like a blazing sun. You don't want to see because you're having fun. But those who control all the information celebrating lie to the people to keep us watching. And the walls come crashing down as the war at home reaches your town. You have no choice, it's safe or clean. You must submit to the war machine. Come to Quincy Town, send a call for the brawling foreign land. Beside their advantage through the door, getting rich on the blood of the fighting poor. Well, that's your democracy, one big hypocrisy. You want me to keep my life for country. They say sacrifice yourself today, but don't think about getting in their way. Camouflage in black and green, you want more gear. Our patriots are acting up. Let's punish them with fear. And the walls come crashing down as parades and spades march on your town. They count your votes, they fought the dream, paid in full by the war machine. So you see the plan, an endless war, a profit scam. The system's right, the news you read, propaganda plants your seed. Mindless love, a generation captivated, trained, entertained, and held in bondage. Oh, come crashing in like a baby, we'll blame it on our sins. The choice is perfect and unseen. Give yourself to the war machine. Thank you so much. I played that at a Tea Party rally in Cincinnati in 2011. About 12,000 people were there, and about 12 people clapped for that song. I was proud of that, actually. So this last song is it's called Liberty, and for me, it was really my part in the whole in the Ron Paul revolution. This was the theme song for me, and I wrote this after being called out that I wasn't writing any songs that asked any questions. That those are the songs that matter, and that's how you change people's minds and hearts. Is you ask them the right question. So I wrote a song full of questions. And before we do this, I want to give a good shout out to my good friend Richard Grove, who founded Autonomy, who's the host of the Grand Theft World podcast, and he made it possible for me to be here. I live out on the West Coast, and they asked me to come out here to be with you guys today. Check out getautonomy.info. Write that website down. It'll change your life. Trade in your state-sponsored indoctrination for a real education. Getautonomy.info. So thanks a lot, Richard. Why do we sit down when all should be standing? And why do we back down at the critical moment? Like running away from the waves of the ocean, we head for the hills with the high tide approaching. As sand slips away from the castle, when it's time to stand upright, why do we falter? In our freedom on the sacrificial altar, we hold tight to our fears and defend our oppressors as we fight for their lives and become the transgressors. As pacifists transform to violent aggressors. But I'm only a stranger here, not alone, lonely from my home. And they say I can't change all the things I find strange. For what can one man do alone? They say, what can one man do alone? The right time to stand up for freedom. Could it be we start to fear creating children who'll inherit the pain and the debt of this nation and be slaves to the banks that cause hyperinflation? Masters of commerce, lies, and bad legislation. Whoa, if you looked in the eyes of 1,000 young children through fences of razors, their innocence stolen as your red of tyranny flies in the ocean. Is that when you finally notice? Oh, I'm a stranger here, and I'm a long, long way from my home. And they say I can't change all the things I find strange. But what can one man do alone? They say, what can one man do alone? Only a stranger looking to find better nature in my fellow man. But they keep telling me it's a sin to be free, and that's more than I'm willing to stay.
But everything on this side connected.
Where will you be when the order is given to censor your mind, as free speech is forbidden, as martyrs for peace from the world sent to prison, shut by the sound of a bellowing thunder, and choke on the blood of a dream going under. As arrogant and tear up our constitution, and from every direction we cry revolution, standing together without permission, soldiers for truth in the war of attrition, the love of our children is our ammunition. Oh, I'm only a stranger here. I'm a long, long way from my home. But I'm going to change all the things I find strange. For I am not one man alone. Yes, I'm only a stranger. I'm a long way from my home. And I'm going to change all the things I find strange. For I know that I'm not alone. Yes, I know I'm not alone. Not alone. You are not alone, and we're with you. God bless you all.
Peace, everybody. Thank you very much. Jordan Page, Tatiana Rose. Can't wait to hear the next speakers. Thank you so much, you guys. Beautiful anthem of liberty and peace, which is something that we all really need. Our next speaker is the editor of the Libertarian Institute, the editorial editor, director of antiwar.com, and author of Enough Already. Let's welcome to the stage Scott Horton. Thank you so much, Scott.
Thank you. Hi, everybody. Thank you very much for coming out today. The Russia-Ukraine war is a catastrophe. There's a very real risk that the war could grow out of control into a major power conflict between NATO and Russia. A war which could kill billions of people. We demand a ceasefire and negotiations now. And yes, this war was provoked. That's the title of the book I'm working on now. It's 540 pages so far, and that's the abridged version. Here's the even shorter version. Bush Sr. made a promise at the end of the Cold War not to extend the NATO military alliance east into the former Warsaw Pact states. But he was lying. It was a promise that was made to be broken. When Bill Clinton came in, he inflicted a policy called shock therapy on the Russian economy, which absolutely destroyed it and led to the deaths of millions, literally millions of excess deaths in the 1990s. He also rigged the election in 1996 to prevent the people of Russia from throwing out Boris Yeltsin, who had helped the Americans to inflict this policy on them. He also backed bin Laden's Mujahideen in Bosnia, Kosovo, and Chechnya. And he expanded NATO in 1999, bringing in Hungary, Poland, and the Czech Republic. The great Ron Paul, congressman from Texas, at the time warned that this would not strengthen NATO, but weaken it by provoking right-wing nationalist ethnic backlash against the new order in Europe. W. Bush sponsored color-coded revolutions in Georgia, Ukraine, and Kyrgyzstan.
Thank you.
He brought 9 more nations into NATO, and in 2008 at Bucharest promised to bring Ukraine and Georgia into America's military alliance as well. He also tore up the anti-ballistic missile treaty and installed Mark 41 missile launchers in Romania and Poland, which are dual-use launchers that can hold Tomahawk cruise missiles, which can be tipped with hydrogen bombs, violating the spirit of the INF treaty. Barack Obama did a lot of things, but the worst thing that he did was he overthrew the government of Ukraine for the second time in 10 years in 2014 in the phony Maidan Revolution, which was really a coup accomplished by no-fooling, Hitler-loving Nazis on the ground. Now, Donald Trump came in and was falsely accused of being a pro-Russian traitor. So what did he do? He poured hundreds of millions of dollars worth of arms into Ukraine to prove that it wasn't so. He sent more trainers and added more sanctions on Russia. And whether he was in on it or not, his government tried to overthrow the government of Belarus in 2020. He also increased naval exercises in the Black and Baltic and Oshkosh Seas and Air Force exercises over Europe. He also, on his way out, Donald Trump tore up Ronald Reagan's Great Intermediate Nuclear Forces Treaty of 1987 and George Bush Sr.'s great achievement, the Open Skies Treaty of 1992. Joe Biden has been bad on every bit of this the whole time. As a United States Senator, as Vice President, where he saw the 2000, and as President of the States, where he spent his first year in office, 2021, pouring more arms into Ukraine, reiterating promises to bring them into the NATO alliance, and increasing military interoperability between their military and ours, making them essentially a de facto NATO. The Biden administration is carefully calibrating the amount of weapons pouring into Ukraine to deter Russia from attacking without provoking them in so. Now, either they're really terrible at calibration and deciding just how many weapons to pour in to prevent a war, or they were lying about that and they were trying to cause a war. And even though that might be a little conspiratorial, there's very good reason to think so. It's clear that in the run-up to the war, the Biden administration refused to engage in any real diplomacy to prevent it from happening. And not only interfered with peace talks in March and April of last year, which could have brought an early end to the war. Still, this war was not inevitable. Vladimir Putin and his men obviously have their share in the responsibility here. However, the U.S. did so much to cause this war and prevent earlier talks to end it. They must be made to seek compromise now. The former chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Mike Mullen, and the current chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Mark Milley, have both said that it's time for Ukraine to quit this war while they're behind before they get too much further behind. Officials told the Washington Post 2 months ago that they understand Ukraine cannot win this war. They just want to prolong it a little bit longer for the peace talks. Well, that's enough. They cannot win. They should be talking to end the war now. Now, some of you might be familiar with a study 2019 put out by the Rand Corporation. It was called Extending Russia, Overextending Russia. It was all about how to provoke Russia into expensive new commitments in Syria, in Central Asia, and including in Ukraine. But the point I want to bring up to you from that Rand study was pleasantly surprising to me, was how often they bring up the importance of public opinion in that study. Well, we would like to do X, but the people of Germany are against it. We'd like to do Y, but the people of France won't stand for it. We think we'd like to push this far, but public opinion polls in America say that the people will not tolerate it. You might not have thought that they cared about what we thought at all, but they do. They know that we have the power to make them stop. So it is up to us, the American people. Our government is risking a nuclear war over a country they're not even willing, so far, to deploy ground troops to. It's madness. We, the people, demand talks. Now, end this war. Thank you.
Scott Horton. All right. Thank you, Scott. We have someone who embodies the courage that everyone in the government, everyone in the military-industrial complex needs to show. And that is Ann Wright, because in 2003, in the lead-up to the Iraq War, Ann resigned from the State Department. She resigned rather than go along with the Iraq War. That's the kind of courage we need, the kind of courage that Snowden showed, that so many others have shown, that have stepped down. Ann, it's a pleasure to have you with us.
Thank you. And it's so good to see all of you out here. It's time to end these goddamn wars. End the wars. And it's also time to free Julian Assange. Free Julian. And on April 11th, right here in Washington, D.C., is going to be another great, great event to free Julian Assange. So if you live here, be looking out for the announcement of where it's going to be. If you don't live here, we'll get to you somehow. Anyway, my name's Ann Wright. I'm a retired Army colonel, 29 years. No, stay right up here. 29 years. Julian would be proud of us. His family's proud of us, to making sure that we remember him as a truth teller on all sorts of issues. And one of them was the Iraq War that I resigned over almost 20 years ago next month. I was one of 3 diplomats that resigned in opposition to the war in Iraq. And if I had another resignation to give, I'd give it on this one. Everybody ought to be resigning on these wars. I mean, it's just to think that all these nations say national security, therefore, we have to invade and kill other people. It's just plain wrong. It's plain wrong. And if you look at other things that are going on, I live in Hawaii, and that's halfway to China. And guess what's going on there? The provocations that the U.S. government is doing on China, we need to be protesting that. Let's prevent that war. We are unable to prevent this war that's going on in Ukraine. So we got a lot of work to do. There are lots of countries that are saying we don't want to have this war going on because we know what can happen. It can be a war that starts over the whole world. I mean, the use of nuclear weapons, it's already been talked about. When the elephants are stomping around, it's the little people that get hurt, and it's all us little people all over the world that get hurt unless we can get this thing stopped. So the reason we're here is saying that there need to be negotiations. I mean, there needs to be talk. There needs to be dialogue. It sounds kind of simple. It's kind of like school, isn't it? You know, when the bullies start pestering people, you have to sit them down and let's talk this thing out. So what can you do to help this happen? Well, if you're going to be in town on Tuesday, you can join us at the U.S. Congress to go after our Congress people that are just as big of warmongers as every one of these administrations, presidential administrations. It doesn't matter whether it's a Republican or Democrat administration, they're all for war. They're all for the merchants of death to give them money to keep their campaigns going. So if you're in town at 9:30 on Tuesday, join us over at the Rayburn Building, and we will go to the offices of a lot of Congress people. So please join us there. And at the end of this, I will just say, no more war, no more war, no more war, no more war. Thank you very much. Woo.
All right, and right. We've got someone who I'm sure most of you know, and that is host of the Combo Couch, Pasta Jardula. Pasta, it's yours. Take it away, man.
Yo, let's give it up for Nick Browder and Angela for putting this on. And let's go with the flow. Free Julian Assange. Say it again, free Julian Assange. All right, before we get started, I need everybody to take their phone out really quickly and mark yourself safe from a Chinese spy balloon. Can you do that real quick? Go ahead there. So, who knows about General Smedley Butler out here? Right? I can't believe nobody's even mentioned him today. War is a racket. He gave a speech almost 90 years ago, and General Smedley Butler was a senior Marine Corps officer who fought both the Mexican Revolutionary War and World War I. At the time of his death, Butler was the most decorated Marine in U.S. history. During his 34-year career, he participated in military actions in the Philippines, China, Central America, the Caribbean, and France. But later in his years, Butler became an outspoken critic of the wars and their consequences. In 1935, he gave this beautiful speech called War is a Racket. Just going to read the first paragraph. It says, war is a racket. It has always been. It is possibly the oldest and easiest, most profitable, surely the most vicious. It is the only one international in scope. It is the only one which profits are reckoned in dollars and losses in lives. A racket can be best described as something that is not what it seems to the majority of people. It is only a small inside group that knows what it's about. It is conducted for the benefit of the very few and at the expense of the many. Out of war, few people make huge fortunes. And the crazy thing is it's the same today as it was back then. War is still a racket. As it was a racket in Vietnam, when the government lied to us about the Gulf of Tonkin. False flags incite and appear to justify war. Don't be fooled, they're still doing it today. But companies like Dow Chemical made millions producing dangerous gases used to suffocate and kill the women and children of Vietnam, destroy their agriculture and their civilization. Has anybody ever heard of napalm? Dow Chemical. And did I mention that all wars are bankers' wars? Let me hear you say it. All wars are bankers' wars.
And war is still a racket. As it was in Nicaragua when the CIA conducted a civil war by selling crack cocaine in the United States. They killed black people at home and brown people in Latin America. The prison industrial complex exploded. It's increased almost 700% since the 1970s with mandatory minimum. Tell me, is war still a racket? And did I also mention that all wars are bankers' wars? You're damn straight over there. And war is still a racket. The same way it was in Iraq. When people refused to deal with the fact that Saddam did not have chemicals or weapons. Okay? One man tried to stop the war, but it didn't happen. So I say all wars are still bankers' wars. Are they not? You're damn straight. Now, the first thing we have to do is realize that we have no friends here in Washington. For we have a Congress that is more like professional wrestling. The Democrats. And no, let me say this much. They are not the lesser of two evils. These parties, they appear to be oppositions, but they're really not. And what are the Democrats? They are the let's send weapons to Ukraine Democrats, the let's invade Haiti Democrats, the let's sanction the hell out of Syria Democrats, the, oh, I like this one, the we came, we saw, he died Democrats. They're also, the CIA and the FBI are now the good guy Democrats. Basically, they are the Trump derangement syndrome Democrats. In other words, they're just the synthetic left. And the Republicans, are they really any better? Really? I mean, let's not forget that this Ukraine war wouldn't have started if it wasn't for Lindsey Graham and Mitch McConnell going to Ukraine in 2016 and then talking to Nazis to go invade the Donbass. Mitch McConnell was just seeing Zelensky last year in a delegation with the Republicans. Let's not forget, they're also the Afghan war and the Iraq war Republicans. Let's sanction the hell of the Nicaraguans, Venezuela, and Cuba because they're socialist Republicans. Let's take on China because of a balloon Republicans. They are, in essence, we still remember who you are, Republicans. And yes, Matt Gaetz is now floating a bill out there to end the Ukraine war, and that's great. You want to end war, so be it. I'm all for it. Frankly, I think you're a little bit too late because almost 250,000 people are dead. But let me just say this to the Republicans out there right now. Don't think for 1 second, we're going to let you defund the war in Kiev against Moscow and then take that money over to Taiwan and start another proxy war with Beijing. It's not going to happen. Did I mention that all war bankers wars? Let me hear you say it. So here's my speech. It's all messed up as the wind is blowing, but let me just finish up with this. Let's just ditch it. So this is the hard part, right? We understand what we're up against. We understand that we have no friends here in Washington. So what do? What do we do? This hasn't been the first time this has happened before. They had major protests against the Iraq war. They had major protests against Vietnam. But yet, we're back to where we started from. And I know it's kind of trite to say, hey, we got to come together, but we must. The ruling class has definitely separated us. They got us fighting each other. So all we can do is get in there and get dirty and have some robust discourse. We got to cancel culture. We got to forget about our isms and talk. We can't play red team, blue team anymore, because if we do, we'll surely die. So I just want to for giving me the opportunity to speak here today. Remember that all wars are bankers' wars, and let's do the work. Let's come together, let's love, let's fight back, and let's rage against the war machine. Thank you all so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you for that energy and that strong message. Up next, we have investigative journalist Wyatt Reed. Thanks so much for being here with us.
Thank you. Thank you so much. What an incredible crowd. You know, it's a beautiful thing to see so many people from so many different walks of life unite today to come out and say it's time for Washington to stop prolonging this war in Ukraine. And it's such an honor to speak alongside so many incredible anti-war figures. People like Dennis Kucinich, Ron Paul, people who've been, yeah, let's hear it for him. These are people who've been working to bring an end to endless war since before I was born. And today we're here to make sure our kids don't have to do the same thing tomorrow. The thing about war is that in America, sometimes it can seem so abstract to us, like it could never hit home here. But it can, and it does. You know, I grew up in Southwest Virginia, down the river from the Radford Arsenal, where all the propellants used in American rockets and artillery shells are produced. And every month, they burn the explosive waste and they dump that sludge into the New River. So when I grew up, we just got used to the fish in the river with tumors that were bigger than their heads. We got used to our dad's buddies dying in unexplained explosions. We got used to our friends getting thyroid cancer in their late 20s. And it wasn't until I saw this war in Ukraine up close and I was on the receiving end of these American shells that we are killing our own people at home to produce that it came full circle for me. Thank you. When I was asked to speak today, I knew immediately what I wanted to talk about, and that's the time I spent reporting from the Donbass recently. Because for close to a month, I got a chance to see and experience for myself exactly what those people have been going through, and not just since last February, but for 9 whole years. Nearly 15,000 people in these autonomous regions were killed before Russia got directly involved in this war last February. Now, since then, hundreds more civilians have been killed there as the Zelensky regime stepped up its bombing of the Donetsk and the Lugansk republics, intentionally targeting civilian areas and residential buildings in what I can only describe as state terrorism. I don't say this lightly, but it's the only conclusion I can draw after seeing the reality on the ground up close. I say that because within 2 hours of arriving in downtown Donetsk, I watched firsthand as my hotel was hit in an artillery strike 100 yards directly in front of me, with what I later found out was a NATO standard 105mm shell launched by Ukrainian militants. I say it because I was able to get access to frontline towns and interview those who survived the occupation of their towns by the hyper-violent nationalists, groups with names like Azov, Adar, Right Sector, groups that were universally acknowledged as Nazis until last year. That's right. Nobody I spoke with who survived their reign of terror described them as liberators. Instead, they used words like fascists, killers, brutes. I say state terror because of Natalia, the 68-year-old babushka I met who was left crippled when the Ukrainian military bombed her apartment with a US-built HIMARS rocket. With no cell service, she told me she looks up at the faded photos of her children on the walls of her ruined apartment and tells them to look at what's become of her life. We asked her what she thought of Americans, knowing we supplied the Ukrainian militants with those bombs. She said, they must be beasts. They must not be human. They must have no heart. And I wished so badly that I could tell her otherwise, but how could I? Well, I'm looking out at this crowd today, and now I think I can. Finally, Americans are uniting to say enough is enough. If you think lives like Natalia's matter too, if you think it's time to put an end to Ukrainian boys and men getting slaughtered after being conscripted at gunpoint, if you think it's time to stop sacrificing hundreds of thousands of lives to try to overthrow the Russian government and send a message to China that it's time to stop the endless escalations towards all-out nuclear, time to stand up. It's time to stand with the people of the Donbass. Stand with the other Ukrainians too. The Russian speakers in the East who are banned from mainstream media airwaves, who've been systematically silenced and erased since the US-backed coup in 2014. So spread the word. Tell your friends, tell your family, tell your member of Congress, stop pouring gas on the fire. Stop sabotaging the peace deals. Not a single penny more for these war criminals. Let's have peace for the people of Donbass. It's time for negotiations, not nuclear weapons. Thank you.
Wyatt Reed! All right. So just so everybody knows, of course, and I think everybody does, after this, we're not just going to deliver the message here. We are going to march to the White House. But first, we have a long-time staple of the anti-war movement, long-time anti-war activist, and that is David Swanson. He is the co-founder and executive director of World Beyond War. David Swanson.
Thank you, Nick. I want to say thank you to everybody here today, and especially to those of you who have been here to oppose every war, or who are now committed to opposing every war. This Lincoln Memorial glorifies a war of long ago, and it really doesn't matter what our various opinions are on the wisdom of the U.S. having used war, unlike much of the rest of the world, as a tool against slavery, as long as today, state after state is removing the exception that allows slavery as punishment for a crime simply by passing legislation without first picking out some big fields and slaughtering lots of people. I haven't read a single proposal to end mass incarceration that says the first step should be mass murder and leveling cities, and the second step banning mass incarceration. Today we know enough to jump straight to the useful goal without using it to justify war. Today we have more effective tools than war to bring about change. Like it or not, we have progressed somewhat, but only somewhat. It is always nice to have new people oppose a new war. What's sad to see people who opposed a past war support a new one. Because if we ever want to mobilize the activism required to defund the most expensive and destructive institution ever created, the U.S. military, we will have to come to an understanding that the problem is not any particular war. The problem is not any side of any particular war. The problem, the only thing we should be calling an enemy, is the very idea that there can be a right side in the toxic tango of organized mass murder that is every war. I'm not here to demand that the U.S. stop arming Ukraine in order to aid me or those near me. The money, buying the weapons to ship to Ukraine and to prepare for yet more wars, is making Ukraine worse off, not better, while risking nuclear apocalypse for us all, and could instead, if spent wisely, be a major country, but to the world. The U.S. government is blocking peace in Ukraine and telling you that it is only Ukraine demanding that the war go on, but you're not falling for that, are you? The massive rallies of 40 years ago against nuclear weapons disappeared, along with most of the weapons. But enough weapons remained to end life on Earth, and the risk of that is rising. And the only way out of it, is the abolition of war and of nuclear weapons. I know that supporters of war believe against all evidence, but in line with everything this culture tells them, that war is a wise tool for defense, a belief on which limits are not easily imposed. Everyone is supposed to be welcome to believe whatever they want. But just as with climate denial of the superior power of nonviolence is a belief that will end all other beliefs by ending all life. Our luck cannot hold out. If the nuclear weapons do not get us, the environmental destruction exacerbated by war and the lack of global cooperation impeded by war will. Meanwhile, war fuels bigotry, justifies secrecy, proliferates violence and weaponry, and corrodes our culture, conflating disagreement with murderous enmity. War thinking makes even looking at the facts of nonviolent activism seem like some sort of shameful betrayal. But our choice remains, as when Dr. King said it, between nonviolence and non-existence. Any world we can hope for our children and grandchildren, is a world beyond war, a world perfectly possible if we choose it, in which governments behave with the minimal decency we expect of preschoolers, a world in which we don't litter this new Roman Forum with marble celebrations and phallic eyesores, glorifying the greatest orgies of mass murder, but in which we model and praise generosity, humility, understanding, and self-sacrifice without violence. A world we will only get if we place ourselves in the way of business as usual in this town. I leave you with these goals: Russia out of Ukraine, NATO out of existence, the war machine abolished, peace on our planet.
Thank you, David.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, now we got a word about what comes next. Y'all ready? Okay. All right, so we have someone here, and I'm going to call him up. Jose, wherever you are, come up and join us, man. Jose Vega. Who's heard of Jose Vega? Yeah, that's right. Viral videos disrupting AOC, calling her out at her town hall, all these other politicians, Biden, Obama. So guess what? We need a lot more of that. So that's what's going to come next. Jose is going to help us train people for that, and we got more coming up. Angela's going to talk a little bit about it too.
Over the next couple of weeks, we're going to be getting ready to go and protest at our congressional representatives' offices. We're going to train you with the help of Jose here so that you can go out and help us affect meaningful change and actually get some bills passed and get some things repealed so that we can get out of this miserable hell machine. My walkie's going off.
All right, so what we're going to be doing in a few weeks from now is we're all here in DC now, but we're all going to go back to our congressional districts after this. We're going to go back home, and what we're going to do is we're going to do sit-ins. We're going to have another day of action, but it's going to be back where all of you are. So we're going to do a day of action where everybody's going to go to their member of Congress's house, either their home or their congressional district office. You're going to do a sit-in. You're going to protest there, and we're going to bring it because the war is something that has been brought to our house, hasn't it? We can't avoid the war. We didn't get a vote. None of us voted to start this war, to start a third world war. None of us are cheering for a nuclear war. That's not our choice. Well, they need to feel that. So we're going to bring it right there. And so get ready for that. More coming from that in the next few days. Turning it over to Jose now for a couple minutes.
Okay. Hi, all. Can we hear from Nick and Angela for putting this together? Yeah. I'm really happy to see all of your faces here. And I also want to give thanks to Diane Sayre. She ran against killer Chuck Schumer, and I worked on her campaign. And you know, people always ask me, like, how do you just start doing that? How do you just stand up and start going after politicians? Well, the truth is I'm an American citizen, and I know what that means. You know, there's an old saying that goes, know where you stand and then stand there. And where are we standing today? 100 years ago, this Lincoln Memorial was constructed. And inside, there's a sentence from the Lincoln's Gettysburg Address, which says that we highly resolve that government of the people, by the people, and for the people shall not perish from the earth. But how do you actually do that? My answer is we have to be that free government that we intend to preserve, to improve, or to create. We, not our elected representatives, are the fourth branch of government. We are not congressmen. We are not judges. We are not the executive branch. We are more than that. We are the people. We are not a political party. We are the people. And we have the responsibility not to be divided in the face of injustice. What we do in America affects the whole world. So why are we, the people, doing nothing to stop our unjust wars? The bankers of Wall Street, City of London, the bank rollers, and the war profiteers hate you, us, as much as they hate Vladimir Putin or Xi Jinping, and maybe more. Judge them by their deeds. And if you don't believe me, look at our cities. They are destroyed. And it's even worse now. You know, I'm from the Bronx in New York City, and we used to say it's burning. But look what's happening in Ohio. It's burning down too. Will you, the people, rise up to stop it? And so to close, I would like to say that we have to listen to other nations and reject the idea that war is a form of diplomacy. Martin Luther King, who spoke here and is with us here in the mall, made the point that there is such a thing as being too late. It is not yet too late, but only if we unite above party, ideology, and personality. We have to establish principles for a new strategic and development architecture that treats all nations equally. And only when we remember that we are the people, that we have the responsibility to reverse injustice, foreign and domestic, will we create something better, a more perfect union. If we do our job, we will be the government that we and the whole world wants to see. So let's get to it.
There you go, Jose Vega. All right. Next up, we have journalist at the Gray Zone, Anya Parampil. Anya, turning it over to you.
Hey everybody! Thank you, Nick. How is everyone today? This is beautiful. I mean, who can hate this country looking out at it? Look how lovely everything is around us. We have a beautiful day. If only all this were used for good instead of evil right here in the heart of the empire. Look at it. Did anyone come here to DC in order to get here? Did they cross state lines? Great. I love to see that because the whole point of this is to overcome barriers, not just ideological barriers or physical barriers as well, to come together and say that we're tired of this war, as many of the speakers have mentioned before me. So I'm honored to be here. I want to, as others have emphasized, how inspiring it is to see former presidential candidates, 4 of them, Dr. Jill Stein, Tulsi Gabbard, Ron Paul, and Dennis Kucinich. They each have their own flavor, but they all decided to show up today because they recognize that even though they each come from something different, we don't always get the opportunity to come together and show what this country is actually about, which is what I see in front of me today. I'm also disappointed that there are some people who couldn't share the stage with me today. Is Scott Ritter in the audience? I want to give it up to Scott Ritter. He unfortunately couldn't speak today, but I just want to point out that more than anybody on this stage, Scott is actually someone who knows what it feels like to risk and lose everything. And he did it in order to stand up to the greatest humanitarian catastrophe so far this century, the Iraq War. So thank you, Scott. Unfortunately, even though she's back here with us, you know her and love her. I do too. Medea Benjamin, a legend of the anti-war movement. She couldn't be on stage speaking, and I don't hold that against Medea because I understand what she's up against. But what I do reject are the individuals and the groups who, instead of asking to be a part of this or working with us, having a conversation, they invested all their time into attacking us, smearing us in the most cynical way. And the reality is, building an anti-war movement is not about building anybody's personal vanity political project. It's not about building even necessarily individual parties. It's putting all of that together over the one umbrella of ending the war. We don't have the luxury in the grassroots when we're fighting for something to say that we want to play clubhouse politics and that we want to sit in the same houses, talk to the same people that we've been talking to for, in some cases, decades, other cases, years. And everybody thinks the same, everybody looks the same. That's not fun, that's not growth, and that's definitely not building a movement. So I actually think it's great that people can come together and discuss the areas where they disagree. And, you know, we can debate whether or not teenage girls should have to share locker rooms or compete in athletics against biological males another time. Because the reality is, if the people who run this country right now continue down this path, those other questions aren't even going to matter. They're not going to matter. We all know the stakes of this war. And our job in the grassroots is to understand the stakes of the war and communicate to the people the stakes of the war and the cost of the war. And I mean all the U.S. people, regardless of what they believe in on other issues. We are all affected by this, not just in terms of the taxpayer dollar cost. I mean, we should be communicating to people that the price of gas at the pump, the price of the food they're buying right now is all tied to this war. You think sanctioning Russia's oil means that Russia's not going to make money off their oil? No, it just means we're sanctioning ourselves, not able to buy that oil, and then suddenly the price of oil goes up. I wonder why that is. So it's about communicating the stakes and the real cost to people who might see the war itself as abstract. But it is also, I think, about being serious about what we're actually living through right now. I hear a lot of people talk about the lead up to World War III, and that's what we're experiencing right now. Hello. I would actually argue that we're already living through World War III, because the world war that we are going to experience, or that we are experiencing in our generation, is of the same nature as the world wars past. There's not trenches. The nature of the war is different. The battle is different. It's a hybrid war. They have economic sanctions that they levy as part of this war. They wage a media war through your mind now, not just on the television, but through social media as well. And there's a proxy war. There's a covert aspect, which is what we're seeing play out in Ukraine. Don't think for a minute that it's a war between Ukraine and Russia. It's a war between the United States and Russia. And our leaders openly say it. You've heard them all. The biggest cheerleaders of sending more war to the front line in Ukraine always make this really odd point. They say, no, it actually is a good investment, because we can give them the money and they'll fight the war and we don't have to. Haven't you heard that? You've heard them say it over and over again. I heard Hillary Clinton say it. I hear Lindsey Graham make it. And the people who say that, they are so demented because they are openly stating that their whole vision for the war is dependent on their ability to send every last Ukrainian father, son, brother, friend onto the front line. They are happy to fight to the death of the last Ukrainian. The United States is. And so standing here and organizing something like this is actually the real way to stand up for Ukrainian lives, because the war, they're the ones suffering the most. And so that's why it is up to us to be serious about communicating the stakes and the cost. And just to point out one more time that the same system that is responsible for the train derailment in Ohio, where a corporation and the government basically now have nuked an entire U.S. city, is the same system that blew up the Nord Stream 2 pipeline, creating the greatest environmental catastrophe of my lifetime. It's a corporate, oligarchical system. It's a militarist system. It's evil and it's rotten to the core. And when we are clear about those objectives and about the stakes, it's not so hard to put away our differences and to come together and rage against the war machine. So thank you all for doing it. Thank you for letting me speak. Thank you to Nick and Angela once again. And no more war.
Thank you, Anya. Okay, now we have a little teaser for you. Up next, we have Daniel McAdams, co-host of the Ron Paul Liberty Report and director of the Ron Paul Institute. Thank you so much for being here with us.
They lie. Say it with me. They lie. 20 years ago this month, Colin Powell went to the United Nations and delivered a pack of lies that got us into one of the worst wars in history. 1 million people died because of the lies told by Colin Powell and the neocons. White House, Capitol, State Department, Pentagon, CIA. This is the axis of evil war lies. Saddam ripped babies from incubators. Gaddafi handing out Viagra. Assad gassed his own people. Putin losing badly, but about to march into Berlin. All wars are lies. You're anti-war? That's nice. That's great. But everyone's anti-war. Victoria Nuland is anti-war. Lindsey Graham is anti-war. The ghost of John McCain is anti-war. I once met a missile maker. He was anti-war because his missiles were accurate and they reduced collateral damage. It's not enough to be anti-war, as nice as that is. You must be anti-war propaganda, because war propaganda greases the wheels of the war machine. We must fight the lies leading to war. We must refuse to take part in the war preparation for battlefield. We must follow a rule I call the Rockwell Rule, named after the great libertarian anti-war writer Lew Rockwell. Refuse to demonize any leader or any foreign government the CIA wants to be demonized. Refuse to do their work for them. They don't care that you don't support war. They want to get you to say it. So-and-so is a monster. Say it. Because when you say it, you help the war machine move a little closer. And then they'll say, see, even the progressives think that so-and-so is a monster. Even the libertarians say so-and-so is a monster. Yeah, they don't want to go to war. But see, they agree with us. Now we're proactive.
we want to do something about it. There are layabouts. They don't want to do anything about it. So when you participate in the demonization that the CIA wants you to participate in, that the warmongers want you to participate in, you help the war machine move along. The only antidote to their lies is truth. So pray for peace and speak the truth.
I got him. All right. Next up, we have 3 former members of Congress who came to join us today. I think you know their names. Dennis Kucinich, Tulsi Gabbard, Ron Paul. We're going to start with Dennis Kucinich, former member of Congress from Ohio. Take it away, Dennis.
Thank you, Nick. It's a pleasure to join Ron Paul and Tulsi Gabbard and all the other speakers and all of you at this important event. Brothers and sisters, we gather here this afternoon before this national shrine dedicated to an apostle of healing with the recognition that we are at an epoch of American history, no less fraught than that which was faced by Abraham Lincoln, but with the knowledge that our nation has survived times of division by invoking the power of spirit, the light of truth, and in the words of the prophet Isaiah, through making justice the measuring line. We are here today in painful recognition that our government does not have the capacity to heal the divisions in this nation or the willingness to use the basic science of human relations, sincere diplomacy, to avoid violent conflict, and is, in fact, unwilling to end conflict peacefully. Its greatest talent is to craft misinformation and disinformation, to subvert the media, and misuse it as an instrument to incite fear and hatred among our people, exciting partisan divisions at home through crass politics, and stirring ancient hatreds abroad through lies, deceit, false flag operations, and provocations which profane the very essence of democracy. In blowing up the Nord Stream pipeline, has deliberately circumvented Article 1 of the U.S. Constitution, the authority of Congress to make war. Violated international criminal law by conspiring to commit acts of sabotage and violence on the high seas. It used illegal and unconstitutional means to destroy the energy resources needed to protect millions of during the war, and then from its illegal actions by selling energy to Europe at a 4 to 6 times markup. It has done so. It has done so blatantly, cynically, simultaneously taking credit for the destruction of the Nord Stream pipeline and then denying any role in it. I speak directly to those responsible, thanks to a courageous journalist, Seymour Hersh. Thanks to a courageous journalist, Seymour Hersh. We know what each of you did at the Nord Stream pipeline, Mr. President, Mr. Secretary of State, Mr. National Security Advisor, and Madam Undersecretary of State. And we will not rest until you are held accountable by Congress, by the International Criminal Court, and by the American people at the next election for your reprehensible conduct, which has debased our Constitution, undermined the rule of law, in our name, committed an act of war which threatened the peace of the world and the stability of our own nation. No amount of balloon militarism will distract us from your profoundly lawless, reckless conduct. Even intelligence professionals are aghast at your White House's incompetence and have lost trust in your ability to defend America. Oh, yes, you want to hold Russia to account. That will ultimately be up to the Russian people. But it is up to we, the American people, to hold you to account. To affirm that we are a nation of laws, not of men or women, to the highest standards of law. If we fail to do this, we have only ourselves to blame, while our government descends into depravity and tries to frog march us directly into nuclear war. Under the pretense of the pursuit of national security, our government's aggressive nature has alienated nations of the world and caused them to withdraw from commerce, with long-term implications for the value of our dollar and our financial security. Our government has ceded our sovereignty in matters of commerce to the World Trade Organization, to the detriment of American industry and American workers. It has ceded the organization, which prefers military escalation of peace and is content, together with this administration, to use the good, courageous people of Ukraine as pawns in a vicious and deadly geopolitical chess game, which began well before the illegal Russian invasion. And it is now planning to do for the people of Taiwan what it has done for the people of Ukraine, portraying China the aggressor while surrounding China with about 200 military bases. At home, our government has supported devastating gain-of-function research, which loosed the pandemic across our land. It has perverted social media to suppress legitimate debate over COVID policy to the detriment of the health, welfare, and the will of Americans. It has enabled the federal government law enforcement to be weaponized against political opponents and has into social media organizations to impose political and ideological censorship in a characteristic of totalitarian rules. Patriotism of the ask questions. Such a government is neither deserving of the trust of the American people or worthy of our tacit decisions in our own interests. This passage from the Declaration of Independence is compelling. Quote, that when any form of government becomes to these ends, it is a people to alter or abolish it, and to institute new government, laying its foundation on such principles and organizing its powers in such form as to them shall seem most likely to affect their safety and happiness. We must change this government before it destroys our nation. We must change the way we are governed. It's not a government dedicated to peace. And that dedication must be to peace at home and abroad. Strength through peace ensures our defense and our readiness by announcing our resource and ideological warfare. I speak to them, but as an American believe we are to bring individual self-control, simple power, and capable of no power of nonviolent persuasion. As a congressman, I warned America about going to war after 9/11. I led the effort against the Iraq War together with Ron Paul and saw the lies that took the lives of at least 4,491 American men and women, cost this nation more than $3 trillion, laid waste the country of Iraq, killing at least 1 million innocents, all because our leaders lied about Iraq and weapons of mass destruction and provoked great fear across the land. For fear is a weapon of mass destruction. Hatred is a weapon of mass destruction. Our nation used to lead the world in making steel, cars, and ships. Now, we lead the world in making enemies, confusing defense with offense, aiming ourselves at the teeth, spending trillions of dollars to advance an aggressive empire through the promotion of war. But the wars, my dear friends, have come home. The nation spends $1 trillion every year to prepare for war. America fed, ill-clothed, ill-educated, ill-housed, without hope for the future. We cannot fuel wars across the world and prevent and pretend that there are no consequences. The wars inevitably come home. The carnage is now in the streets of our cities as millions of Americans are overwhelmed by anger, despair, hopelessness, and unrelenting mass violence. America's destiny in its founding was to be the light of the world, a free and independent nation among nations, above nations, a military juggernaut roaming the world, conjuring dragons to slay. We were to be and are to be the land of the free, the home of the brave, not continually locked into fear by a government made of fear balloons. But instead, they really need to be afraid of the American people as we come to a realization that our government has been turned into a racket by corrupt, incompetent leaders. This stand is a call for an American revival, a revival of courage, of authenticity, of a willingness to participate in the work of redemption, politically and spiritually. America longs for a return to government of the people, which focuses on taking care of things here at home. We as a nation cannot hope to favorably influence the conduct of other nations. Well, at least 30 million Americans are food insecure, 500,000 homeless over their heads, while American communities do not have clean water, and while our nation has shown itself incapable of even responding to the urgent needs of those affected. This government's chilling lack of compassion is on full display, not only in East Palestine, Ohio, but across the globe. Policies which lack human sympathy portend greater and greater destruction. My fellow Americans, it is time to revive the spirit of America so that each one of us truly believes in the ability of the nation to function for the benefit of all of us. It is time to make real the dream of prosperity for all. It is time to make real of education for all and health care for all. Jobs, security, their patriotism, which celebration of free, the first step to make it about our own life, our own health, and our own beings. It is time. I'm almost there. It is time to revive the spirit of truth, of peace. The scriptures say, "Blessed are the peacemakers." It is time for America to establish a new role in the world where we demand of our leaders the ability to reconcile with other nations, to make peace with our brothers and sisters. We must coalesce as a nation to seek and define the underlying unity which binds us as Americans. Love of life binds us. Love of peace binds us. Love of country binds us. Brotherhood and sisterhood binds us. Love of home binds us. Love of church, synagogue, temple, and mosque binds us. Love of work binds us. Love binds us all in a union of hope. And as we revive our oneness as a nation, we proclaim the deeper meaning of our first national motto, E pluribus unum, out of many, we are one. It is then we can truly unite with the rest of the world. For human unity is the ultimate truth. We are interconnected and interdependent with people everywhere. And as nations strive for self-sufficiency, so too they must strive for cooperation. It is human unity which will save our planet from destruction and enable us to achieve a heaven on earth. It is the realization that we are, all of us, created and entitled to self-determination and self-fulfillment, and collectively. My fellow Americans, this our country, this land we love, to whom Americans pledge allegiance, must in turn pledge its allegiance to we the people, allegiance to truth, to one nation, under God, truly with liberty and justice for all. Let us proceed then by these words from Lincoln's second inaugural, with malice towards none, with charity for all, with firmness in the right, as God gives us to see the right. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Up next, we have former member of Congress, Tulsi Gabbard. Give her a hand.
Aloha. Early one morning on a Saturday, on a beautiful day like today, January 28th, over 1 million people across the state woke to their cell phones buzzing and ringing, radio alerts blaring, immediate shelter. This is not drill. So I happened to be here that morning. I started calling my friends and calling my family, concerned for them and where they were. But just as you here might imagine, if we all got that alert at the moment, so too did people all across Hawaii start to ask themselves the question, where is their shelter? Where do I go? Where do I take my children to be safe, knowing that there is an inbound missile to Hawaii with a nuclear warhead and we have just minutes to live? At college at the University of Hawaii, sprinting across campus, trying to figure out where they could possibly go to get shelter. Father, little girl down a man, thinking that may be the only place she may be safe and by. Yeah. I heard after my father had one kid in town, the island of Oahu, and another child on the other side of the island, and himself in the middle trying to decide of his children he might spend the rest of his minutes with. An impossible decision for any parent to make. Countless others shared their stories of their panic, cowering in the bathtub with their kids, trying to understand. They're telling us to seek immediate shelter. Where do we go? And experiencing that harsh reality. As it's true for us there in Hawaii in 2018 as it is for us here today. There is no shelter. Our leaders failed us then, and they continue to fail us now. Those people who work in our nation's capital eagerly continue to ask tensions, eagerly wage new Cold Wars, understanding that if there's a nuclear attack, yes, they will be okay in their bunkers where they literally have plans to be able to continue to wage wars from their bunkers without any consideration for the rest of us. and the destruction and incineration that their wars will cause. This was ultimately the thing that caused me to run for president in 2020, because I saw where our leaders were taking us. I saw the dangers of where this new Cold War and nuclear arms race would eventually lead. Whether intentional or accidental, there is only one destination for such wars, and that is a nuclear holocaust. I made it clear then that this is a central issue of our time, the most important issue facing us in the 21st century, and that there was a clear choice in that election. We're either going to work towards peace, de-escalate tensions, move away from this new Cold War, or we will continue to race rapidly towards the nuclear brink, for a new Cold War with Russia, a new Cold War with China, and therefore racing towards nuclear war. Now, for those of you who remember that election, this issue was not important to the media. They refused to talk about it. They refused to raise the question in debates. There was no other candidate willing to talk about this issue. It was not important to them then, and it's not important to them now. And so here we are, 2 short years later. What I warned about then is now our reality. This proxy war that we're fighting against Russia right now could turn at any moment into a direct conflict between the United States, NATO, and Russia, a country that has more nuclear weapons than any other in the world. Now, anyone with a little bit of common sense knows that a Cold War can very quickly turn to a hot war. And that when you're waging a hot war against a nuclear-armed country, it's just a matter of time before it leads to the use of nuclear weapons at any moment. And here's the insanity of it all. We have talking heads on TV, we have politicians, we have very powerful people here in the United States and all around the world speaking with a straight face. Well, you know, if we start World War III, or when World War III starts, here's how we're going to fight and win. That if decides to use tactical nuclear weapons, here's what we're going to do, as though such a war could ever be won. It cannot be won. World War III cannot be won. They're living in this archaic mindset of World War I and World War II and not facing the realities that we have today. There is no way to win a nuclear war. There is only one end, and that is a nuclear holocaust. So we're gathered here today because we know that it doesn't have to be this way. We know that there is a better way and that the task before us is urgent and necessary. We have people gathered here from all over the country, people who are gathered here from all ends of the political spectrum. And if we were to have a conversation, my guess is there may be other things we don't agree on. But the truth is that we could disagree about everything else. Everything else. But the one thing that we do agree on that brings us together here today is that we want to live. We want our loved ones to live and thrive. We want to be able to go out on a day like today and walk in the trees and hear the birds chirping with the sun shining down on our face. We understand that whatever our differences may be, that we must stand together as people who cherish peace, security, and freedom. We must set aside our differences, work together to fire those mongering politicians from both political parties who serve their masters in the industrial complex instead of the people. Those warmongers who carelessly and thoughtlessly are sending storm that would destroy all life and the world as we know it. The only way we can stop them is when we stand together and lift our voices in unity, telling them no. We will not let you destroy us. We will not let you destroy our loved ones, our communities, our country, here in the United States and around the world. If we stand together on this one issue, we will be able to wrest the power away from those who don't care about us, those who bend the knee to their overlords, take back that power and ensure that we take those trillions of dollars feeding into the war machine and instead dedicate those resources towards peace, property, and freedom. Unless we are the spark that power that spark of love that exists in every single one of our hearts, be that inspiration and that fuel that provides us with the courage to fight against these powerful entities, knowing that our cause is just, is right, and is necessary. We must work together towards this future, fulfilling and accomplishing this mission of peace. Thank you very much. Aloha.
Thank you so much for that unique. Candidate and former congressman. Let's give it up for Congressman Dr. Ron Paul. In the Fed. All right, over here.
They stole my line. Well, I was going to say and open up by saying thank you very much. I appreciate the invitation. I like to visit places where I have friends. There are a lot of friends of liberty out here and a lot of friends of peace. So I get energized with coming here. A lot of people give me some credit for coming and helping them along. But the truth is, I get energized. Thank you very much for coming, and thank you very much for inviting me. You know, I was going to say that we've heard a lot of speeches, a lot of opinions, and everybody has joined in. I didn't hear anybody saying we need to expand the war. We're not doing well in Ukraine, but we need to take on the Russians. That'll go better. Oh, no, we need to go to China. We're still struggling in Syria. No, nobody's for that. At least I haven't heard them. They didn't get a place. I hope they didn't ever get a place on the platform for that. So this has been, you know, wonderful to come to a place that comes together on this issue. But one thing is that I've emphasized over the years when speaking in a couple of campaigns is that, you know, it's serious. And we just heard this very serious dissertation about how serious a problem we deal with. But, you know, with that, understanding how serious this is, my admonition is always come together and have fun. And I understand a lot of people have been having fun today, meeting new people and joining. I think that's great. But you know, I also came because I've been concerned. I've been really worried about something. I haven't figured it out yet. I'm not into technology and all, but I want to know more about this thing called artificial intelligence. What is that all about? But you know, I figured it out. I put up with it for 23 years in the Congress, and there was a lot of artificial intelligence over there. Let me tell you. A lot of innuendos and whatnot. But, you know, I wanted to simplify my speech, and of course, somebody stole my line. But I think that we can deal with the war issue very simply. And believe me, and I'll explain it more why I believe this, that the answer is end the Fed.
I knew there were friends here. Thank you. No, and there's a reason why ending the thread is a movement towards stopping these wars. How do they finance them? They have to tax the people. Well, they tax them with income taxes and all kinds of taxes, but they never have enough money. They never have enough money, so they have to borrow a lot of money, and then people get tired borrowing the money and loaning the money to the government. So what do? They have this little gimmick called run up the debt and print the money. And you know, if you're on the side of thinking our government is too big, and as libertarians, we generally think the government is too big all over the place, and we'd like to cut back. So if you can't print the money and you can't collect the taxes by debasing the currency and stealing the wealth from the people, unnerving the middle class and the poor, because that's who really pays for this, you couldn't have a war. You couldn't have runaway spending. You couldn't have debts. And we should have it in the Constitution, and Jefferson argued for it. He said that you shouldn't even be allowed to have debt. I think that's a pretty good idea. No debt at all. So that is the way they soften it up, and the people go along with it and figure that, yes, we can do it, but they don't understand what's happening. But why do the people go along with it? And we spent a lot of time in the Mideast wars trying to stop that war. I didn't do too well. They still had the war, and you keep wondering. Why do they do it? Why does the government do it? It doesn't make any sense. Why do the people go to the war? You know, one thing I'd like to suggest is if we ever got around to thinking that we ought to vote on the wars instead of letting an executive order take us to war, we ought to have a vote. If you think you should have a war, have a vote and make sure that the vote is carried out by the people between 18 and 24. That is the group that gets punished the most, and the others can recreate the wars. But, you know, trying to figure still out of that, I thought I'd ask this guy that sort of just helped destroy Germany, Hermann Göring. You remember him? And he has a famous quote out there. Why did the people do it? And this was after he was convicted at Nuremberg, you know, that he had some interviews. They said, why did the people do it? And he said, he had two things. He says, one, you got to lie to the people, and they have to be big lies. If they're just routine lies, they won't believe it. But if they're so big, so outrageous, they'll say nobody could believe that's true, and they'd ignore it. But tell big lies and tell them often, so people will go along with the war. Yeah, but still, why do the people do it? And they march off, and a lot of the wars start off people against the war. World War II and certain of the Middle Eastern wars, the people were opposed to it. But and this is Göring, and I'll paraphrase, of course. He says, scare the living daylights out of the people. Tell them they aren't patriotic and they aren't for peace, and embarrass them. He says it works every time in every system of government in every country. Just scare the living daylights out of people. You know, I think that type of analysis applies to our war, scare the people and patriotism. And I'll bet you there's many people in this audience that have had to be on the receiving end of that type of thing. Oh, you're not for the war, so you're un-American. And they did that once to me in the campaign, and it turned out that they were accusing me of being unpatriotic. I wouldn't support the war. You wouldn't support the troops. But when somebody came with a statistic, it showed that Ron Paul had the most donations from the military. And then I got to thinking, well, why should that be a surprise? I was in the military. They sort of drafted me, and I was in. But the people I knew, they were decent people, and the draft was on at that time. And they would say, well, why are you doing this? And the draft,
The draft, of course, has not been used, but there's other ways of doing it. The book should be clean. We should, if we're not for the draft, why do we have registration? They know where every one of us is. Not every year where you sign up with taxes. Every minute of the day, they know where every one of us is, and then they still make us go through the ritual of registering in case there's a war going on. You know, it's psychological preparation for people to know that if you want to be a good citizen and you want to be a patriot, you have to go to the wars. And people go along with that, and they don't want to be called unpatriotic. And I think we all sense and understand and may have some empathy for that, but it's wrong. It's deception, and it's part of this thing called artificial intelligence. You know, they come in and they lie through their teeth, and it's all artificial. But the artificialness of it, you know, is such that what you hear there, it might be disinformation, and they have to twist it around. If an individual is guilty of disinformation, have you ever noticed they might blame their opposition for doing exactly what they're doing? You know, they reverse it, and so there's a lot of fakery. This gets down to the whole issue of seeking truth. In the big picture, we seek truth as we come to events like this, and when we run for office and we write and talk, and so many people here have their own way of spreading a message. So yes, that is real good. But what we need, though, is some people really understanding the issues, because that is what will finally get people to change their minds rather than waiting. You know, one of the lines that was helpful for me in the campaigning, they would say, "Yeah, Ron, that's okay. We're with you on this, but it's so complicated. Well, how do you stop these wars?" I said, "You just marched in, we can just march home." But now I've changed that a little bit. We shorten that. We have to anticipate. Just don't send them in at all. You know, there's such a fallacy, and this is part of the propaganda thing, that is so necessary, not for patriotic reasons, but for other reasons. And there's always an excuse. The one that annoys me the most, or at least close to the most, is this argument. They'll say, "Well, we need a good war right now. We're having a recession. Have a war and we'll get out of the recession." And this is the lingering of a foolhardy idea that the World War II got us out of the Great Depression. That's stupid. It wasn't true at all. The Depression got worse. Besides, we sent hundreds of thousands of people over getting shot at and killed. And they say, "Oh, the war's good. That'll get us out of our depression." So there's all kinds of excuses like that, and they don't mention the many things that have already been mentioned at this conference, that there's ulterior motives and you know, like profits, and we're getting so many of these special groups, like the military-industrial complex. We have the pharmaceutical-industrial complex, the medical-industrial complex, the whole works. What we need to do is have a people's independence, and they're the ones who should be looked at. And you know, another little rule that I think we should follow is that, and this is one word. I like to narrow down my philosophy. You know, the other word that I like is voluntarism. Wouldn't that be a wonderful world to live in? That if you apply voluntarism, which is nonviolence, and you have voluntarism. What do you mean? Does that mean you can go to the store and buy what you want? No, voluntary means that everything is done when it involves two groups or two people voluntarily. Both sides have to agree. Otherwise, you avoid it. You can't force anybody to do anything. And you know what would happen? Peace would break out. So therefore, you have to have the hoodlums up there making it so that that it's not voluntary, then somebody gets to write a lot of regulations and they get to do all the nonsense they do, and then they bankrupt the country. So that's the that's the problem. I think voluntarism is just a great idea. And the other thing is when government comes to knocking on your door, that is the tough thing. And they will tell you one reason why they're doing this, because we're on the side of truth and the side of democracy and all these things. I work on the assumption of the issue of truth, I think, is very, very important. That's what we're seeking here. That's why you're here. But we know the truth. We generally agree with peace is good and war is bad. So we're pretty good on that. But we have to realize that a lot of other people, have to say that a lot of other people don't know much about it. I have a personal belief that we as individuals also, seek for excellence and virtue. If we accept voluntarism and we accept this promotion of excellence and virtue, what would happen with that? If that happened, the government would be minuscule and they would be much better and maybe a little more virtuous. Thank you very much.
Ron Paul!
Thank you so much, Dr. Paul. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Our last closing video is a video sent specially to us by Roger Waters, international rock icon. And right after that, we're going to be marching to the White House. Let's roll it.
Speakers at the White House, too.
Welcome!
I have to shout because I'm in Switzerland. Can you hear me? Okay. When I was a young man, my mother once told me this. Roger, throughout your life, you will be facing many difficult questions and quandaries. My advice to you, when you are, is this. Read, read, read. Listen to all sides of the argument, especially from those you don't always agree with. Research thoroughly. When you have, you will have done the heavy lifting. The next bit is easy. So what is the next bit, Mum? Then you just do the right thing.
The invasion of Ukraine by the Russian Federation was illegal. I condemn it in the strongest possible terms. Also, the Russian invasion of Ukraine was not unprovoked. So I also condemn the provocateurs in the strongest possible terms.
So, on behalf of the silent majority, I now address President Biden. Let us be very clear, Mr. President. I speak for the voiceless majority. You and Antony Blinken and Victoria Nuland and Jake Sullivan and the rest of the warmongering neocons at the heart of government here in Washington, along with the vassal states in NATO, are the principal provocateurs that I mentioned. I am not apologizing for Mr. Putin, you understand, but just to glance fleetingly back at the history of the last 30 years or so. You could have done better. You could have followed President Gorbachev's lead in 1989. You could have kept Secretary of State Baker's promise not to advance NATO 1 yard closer to the Russian border than the eastern extremities of a reunited Germany. You could have responded to President Putin's overtures in his famous 10th of February 2007 speech at the Security Conference in Munich and shepherded us all towards a much, much say free Europe. Or in 2008, you could have chosen not to expand NATO eastwards. Or in 2014, you could have refrained from engineering the illegal maiden coup d'etat in Ukraine. Or in 2019, you could have supported the Minsk Accords. Now we're told by Angela Merkel they were just a ruse to buy time to arm Ukraine for the war that you were engineering. But there were also the Minsk Accords, that is, the platform that President Zelensky ran on during his presidential campaign. Well, you fooled me, President Zelensky. I thought you meant all that stuff about ending the civil war in the Donbass and giving Russia, your neighbor, some security assurances. I thought you were coming to your senses. Not a bit of it. In 2022, February, March, and April, you could have told Boris Johnson not to fly to Kiev to scupper the peace negotiations, but you chose not to. And then, in September 2022, according to world-renowned investigative reporter Seymour Hersh, you blew up the Nord Stream 2 pipeline. If that turns out to be true, a blatant act of war and an extreme act of global terrorism, releasing, as it did, 300,000 tons of methane into the atmosphere over the Baltic Sea. First, you, Mr. President, boasted openly about your intention and ability to do it. And then recently, Victoria Nuland boasts about how pleased she is that it's a, quote, hunk of junk at the bottom of the sea. And Antony Blinken boasts how perfectly its destruction suits the US imperial agenda. And now, to cap it all off, you have your idiot mouthpiece, Nick Price, deny that the USA had anything to do with it. You, Mr. President, we have heard no statement from you, Mr. President. There is no mainstream media coverage. I guess you and the mainstream media think Cy Hersh's piece and the mysterious exploding pipeline is just of no interest to the people. Enough is enough. We demand change. Do the right thing. Implement a ceasefire in Ukraine today. Imagine the collective sigh of relief across the globe. The outpouring of joy. The international joining of voices in harmony, singing an anthem to peace. Imagine John Lennon pumping the air from beyond the grave. You have finally been heard in the corridors of power. The big dumb bullies in the schoolyard have agreed to stop playing nuclear chicken. Together, we can persuade to drop the model of perpetual war as their accepted modus operandum. With the power we will stop them from squandering our precious resources on their wars. We will be able to feed our children and keep them sheltered from the storm. We may even learn to cooperate with all our brothers and sisters of different ethnicities, religions, and nationalities, and save this, our beautiful planet home, from destruction. Wouldn't that be nice?
All we are saying
is give peace a chance. All we are saying
way.
Is give peace a chance.
We didn't plan that part. It was kind of impromptu, so.
Thank you. All right, everyone. Thank you so much. Now we march. Get ready. It's going to line up over here. It's going to be starting there. It's going to be going along this side of the reflecting pool to 17th Street up to Pennsylvania Avenue. See you guys on the march.
So what we're gonna have to do, I'm have to shorten this obviously. But he said do what? Go to what side? I said I wasn't. I don't know. I'll just find out. You can just grab that bag. I'm just gonna shorten this bag. I'm gonna have to take this off of here now.
If any of you can join us on Tuesday for the lobbying party, Rayburn Building, 9:30.
Uh-oh, I don't know what I did. Crap. Make sure I'm on this way. Get two quick questions from you. Greg, can you hold this like, or just put that on the ground and just hold this like this and not to plug in? Okay. I just have to plug this in. Plug it back in here. I don't know if this already started or not. Okay, and audio. Oh, that's heavy. Check, test. Interesting. Test. Should be there now. Test. Can you guys hear me? Test. All right. Let me know if they can hear. Just have to kind of hold that because it. Test. Test. Okay. All right, guys. We are going to just in a second start marching to the White House, but I am here with Dr. Jill Stein. Jill, why did you come out today?
We have a state of emergency and we are all in the target hairs. NATO and the U.S. war machine are the nuclear brink, and this must not be allowed.
I totally hear you. How many people do you think came out today? I was in this space, so it was kind of hard for me to tell.
It looked like it could have been, somewhere between 1,000 and 2,000, maybe on the upper end.
That's what I thought.
Yeah, it was a good-sized crowd, and it was really very collegial and a lot of solidarity, and it really drove home to me how people's politics is fluid. Trump supporters become Bernie Sanders supporters, and Sanders supporters become Trump supporters, and so much is responding to this terrible, circumstances around us. But what doesn't change is the 1% versus the rest of us. And today was sort of like proof of principle that we need to not let their game divide us and conquer us, and we need to be all about the power that we have and the power of the people to create a world that works for all of us.
Awesome. Jill, thank you so much.
Thank you, Savvy. Thank you for being here.
All righty. All right, guys. So we are going to head to the White House. It looks like people are already starting to march over there. So we are going to do that. I'm going to go ahead and unplug this, this whole Shazam here. because this can come out. All right, and we can just take. I'll unmute myself for this. Let's move this around. Switch our camera. Hello. How are you? I am going over to the march. If you are you joining the march? Yep. Okay. I'm heading over this way. Okay, guys. So here's what's happening. We are marching over now. So I'm actually going to flip the camera back around so you guys can see the people marching. So let's go ahead and do that. Honestly, I think it was at least 1,000. It looked like it was at least 1,000 people, at least 1,000. But I'm also not that great at math. So this way. All right, let me go ahead and turn. I'm going to flip the camera around so you guys can see all the people marching. Flip this camera around. I wish they just had an app. I really do wish StreamYard just had like an app. You know what I mean? Does that make sense? All right.
1, 2, 3, 4. We don't want fight for 5, 6, 7, 8. Don't escalate. Negotiate.
So many people. And it's also oh, you know what? I didn't find Courtney. Maybe I'll see her at the White House.
One, 2, 3, 4. We don't want Biden's war.
I don't even know how close.
5, 6, 7, 8. Don't escalate. 5, 6, 7, 8. Don't escalate. Negotiate.
Oh, you got the tripod.
Oh, goodness. Just give me a party. It's like generals gathered in their not destruction, sorcerer of death's construction.
That was kind of funny. That came out of nowhere.
What did he say?
We don't want back war. 5, 6, 7, 8. So that's the way to negotiate. That's 1 minute more for fight war.
Woo.
Yeah, it's amazing. Sab's right in front of me.
Greetings.
Live stream.
I promise you guys, like one day I will have better equipment. I just can't. I don't know how long longer I can do with StreamYard. Like in the future. I think StreamYard is best like when you are not moving at all. You are sitting in a seat. There is no action happening. But trying to get to the so show you guys that are chanting up at the front. I turn it around too.
Yeah, he said that he said he
No. There's a flag. Trying to hold up so you can see there's people behind me too. So what do you think so far? Like again, I told you guys I would do like a recap when I get back. But I can go ahead and say a couple things now. First and foremost, can you guys hear me? I'm assuming you can because no one has said anything. All right, cool. So there were a lot of speakers, pretty cool like speeches there. I think that going forward, I should probably be up at the front. Well, even more closer to the front, not like just at the front. But anyways, lots of speakers. People like came from all over, you guys. Like people came here from the West Coast. People came here from the South. People came here from Canada. There was someone from Canada that I met. So there's people from like all over. And I think that's the important thing because like not everybody is willing to do that. And honestly, I've been to a lot of events and that doesn't usually happen. Most of the events I've been at, that does not happen. I'm sorry. But yeah, it's been really cool so far. And then I would turn it around. Oh, I forgot. Oh, we'll see. What else did I do? There's different groups here too. So I see signs for American Student Union and Party of Communist USA is here. Women for Racial and Economic Equality. That's right. Hello. So yeah, so there's different activist groups that are here, which I think is pretty cool. And that just goes to show you different groups wanting to come together for one common cause, right? So yeah. And
but at any rate,
let me see. I'm just trying to see what's happening in front of me.
This is very important. But in a way, I was like, yeah, but
and I'm an out of towner, so I'm just following the people in front of me because I don't know where I'm going. But here I am. There's a flag.
I love that.
There's a flag.
I think I'm gonna go online and find. like one of these t-shirt faces that put in.
I'm gonna
Actually, you can, Amazon has that.
flip it around.
Hey, dude, what's happening, man? Good to see you again.
Garland, you want to say hi to everybody?
Yes.
I don't know if they can see. Can they see you?
Hi, Garland Nixon here, and thanks for everybody for joining us online. We've had a lot of social influencers, such as the great Savvy Savs here, and we're having a good time. It's wonderful, positive energy, and a great anti-war environment.
Awesome. Thanks, Garland.
Thank you.
All right. So one of the things I wanted to do that I didn't get a chance to do is I wanted to actually go around and take pictures of all the signs because people had so many different signs, but I couldn't do that. You know why I couldn't do that? Because I'm using my phone to stream, but then also we had another phone, but then I didn't think about that at that time. So anyway, that's my bad. Anywho, that's something I wish I would have done because some people had some really cool signs. Someone had like a Jimmy Dore 24 president sign. Someone made like a doll. Did you see the Bernie doll? Was that like a? It looked like someone made like a doll, like a Bernie doll or something, but it was not in a good way. Like it was like it was a criticism, basically. Definitely several signs for free Julian Assange, of course. And there's one in front of me too, actually. And yeah, so Action for Assange was here, of course. So yes, Comrade Misty was here. She's awesome, of course. And yeah, it was just really cool to see so many groups come together. One of the things you guys may not know, or you might have forgotten, you guys know Case Study QB, right? So Case Study QB, he's the one that has all the clips on Twitter. We use them multiple times throughout streams. So Case actually told me that it was actually Ron Paul that woke him up, right? Yeah, imagine that. He said it was actually Ron Paul was the one that woke him up. So even when it came to like the 08 presidential election, he didn't vote for Obama, he voted for Cynthia McKinney. So these are just little things, you know, you learn as you go. Little things along the way. Again, I'm following everybody else here, so I'm just making sure I'm going the right way. But honestly, I thought the rally was great. Great turnout. I think the promotion helped a lot. Like there are a lot of people that did promote it. Also, too, like I noticed this like the night, I think it was like last night I noticed this, like Tucker Carlson also promoted it. So I think that helped too. Now here's the thing. Do I rock with Tucker Carlson? Nah. We are not buds. But I do appreciate him promoting the event. So that's that. And we're still walking, guys. All right, I'm gonna flip the camera around so you guys can see the flags now, okay? All righty, let's do that. Get this down.
Go to NATO! 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 Go to NATO!
I also think I kind of hear Fight the Power, but I don't want to say that too loud either because I don't want to get copyright. And I'll just chat with you guys, you know, until we get to the White House. I have your phone. I don't have a phone. I don't have a phone. I do?
Yes.
Oh, I didn't even feel it. Hello.
Fist pump.
Fist pumps. Oh, that's the beginning of the line. Okay, guys, the beginning of the line is all the way over there. All the way over there. It's kind of hard to see them, but that's where everyone is. So that's where I have to catch up over there. Yes, there is Fight the Power somewhere. All of us are gonna make it.
I don't even know, but I'll find out where it's at. I'll text you guys.
Pasta, say hi.
Hey, what's going on, you?
Pasta!
What's going on? Sammy?
Welcome to the Empire. Say what's up. Hey! I'd stay, but they leaving me.
What are we chanting? Sabby, what do you want us to chant? What's in your heart?
No more war. I know that's the easy one.
Fuck you, Ryder! I'm not quite a chant. Where's Mona? Mona, there you are. What happened to our chanters? Chanting section.
Oh. I like the "In the Fed" sign.
I got some cash.
That one's up at the top. You see it? The "In the Fed" sign. I like that one. Oh, there's my finger. Ollie, ollie, oxen free.
I need my medicine. So I need and they go home with a couple $100.
You're welcome, Heidi. I'll shout out some of you in the chat. What's going on, Landrew? LB, Ethel, year in the Fed and everything else ends. Hi, Terry. Fight the power. That's right. What's going on, Wary? I see you. You want your shout out too. You bringing us with you? Yes, I am. This is funny. Yeah. Hello, Chastity. Shout out Off Rail Russia Gators. Greetings, Darren.
But any event,
Hi, Pachico.
Festival in
Hi, G. Gibson. Hello, Cynic Girl. Greetings, Heidi. Sabby, did you meet Tara yet? I met her last night. Yeah. Holly, this is exactly what a march is like for those. Yeah. Sabby making us walk miles. Yeah.
Like this, with no cars and nurses out there.
That's right.
God, I need a porta potty so bad.
Here we go. Thank you, Darren. Thanks for the coverage, Sabby. There is no to NATO rally in UK London on the 25th of February in London, led by George Galloway in the UK Workers' Party. Thank you for letting me know that. That is hello.
Oh my God. I love you.
Nice to meet you. I was hiding behind the sunglasses.
Oh my God, I can't believe I met you.
I was working today. Oh, thank you so much. Yes, Casey, it's a mile. I think it is about a mile. It's actually not that far though.
Sad. That's what we do. I was just looking at the show last night.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, basically, a lot of people learned about you when you started interviewing Jimmy.
Yeah.
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 I learned about you.
Yeah, I know. Like the first time I interviewed him, and then I went to Maine that weekend.
Yeah.
I came back and I was like, "Holy crap! Where'd all these people come from?" I remember that.
I was like, I'm walking, and I hear your voice, and I know because your voice is distinct. So that's how I'm like, Savvy? What a surprise!
Boba tea. There's the boba tea truck.
You probably see it hundreds and hundreds of people, but on Twitter. But do you remember Fareed the layman?
It sounds familiar.
Yeah, that was me.
Okay.
I sent you some messages and stuff.
Oh, I suck at DMs.
Oh yeah,
I'll tell you.
I think it was like super chat and super chat and stuff like that.
Okay. Yeah, I would have seen those. Thank you so much, Justin B. Thanks for covering this, Abby. Awesome to see. Great turnout and positive vibes. Chipping in for the travel costs. Safe travels. Thank you so much. Yeah, I hope you guys were able to see the crowd. I did try to come in periodically in StreamYard and show you the crowd, because the crowd was not behind the speakers. The crowd was in front of the speakers. So that's the thing. Like when someone was speaking, you couldn't see the crowd because my camera was focused on the speaker. But that's why I tried to use the other phone to show you guys what the crowd looked like. So hopefully you were able to see some of that. What I'm thinking about doing, like, honestly, you guys, is like, when I get back, we're gonna clip parts of this. Like, we're gonna clip parts of like the speeches, like different speeches we're gonna clip so that you guys don't, this is a long stream. So that way people don't have to watch the whole thing. But we're gonna clip like different parts of the speeches, and I'll probably clip, there was something else I thought I was gonna clip as well. Maybe this actual walk that I have you on right now. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. That way you guys just have little snippets that you can go back to and reference. I think that'll be good for you guys. We'll clip the interview with Jill Stein. We'll clip the hello with Garland. We'll clip the interview with Dan Cohen. I'll probably just put all those together as one and go from there. Oh, I don't know what organization that is. There's another organization behind me. I'm not trying to walk backwards either. Hi, Ping One. What's up? Ashura, hello. How are you? Ashura, my Canadian friend. Yes, I have, Miguel. How are we? Hi, podcast by George. Thank you so much. Monique, I'm not sure, Monique. I'm kind of towards the back of the line. There were people, I think they actually started it. So I'll find out when I get to the White House. And I'll be able to let you know. In my bag, I have. Oh, I'm good. I have like I'll flip it back around and talk to you guys for a little bit. until back here. All right. Greetings again. So yeah, there's another organization behind me. I can't see their name though. If I were a tourist, I would join in. You know, that would probably be something silly that I would do too. I would probably do something like that. Like, hey, what's this line for? Hey, let me join. Oh, there's something on wheels behind me. Let me move. Okay. So I head back tomorrow. Tomorrow morning, I'm heading back home. Yeah. And that'll be the end of the trip. Sorry, guys. I don't even know how far I'm going. Hi, GM. Oh, you're so cute, Zabby. Thank you for doing this. I'm bummed I couldn't make it. Fight the power, girl. Thank you so much, GM. Who else we got? Bill says, where is Biden at? I don't know. I can't help you there. Allie says, Jimmy, Nick, and Max are at the front of the march. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'm like, I would say I'm towards the back of the line. Like, oh my God. I should probably have some of that sandwich though. Thank you for the super sticker, Aberdeen. Thank you.
Reporting from their son, and she like they literally interrupted her broadcast. They cut her feed live on air. Like, oh yeah, my craniums are still in the hospitals. And then they cut her feed completely, and then like, oh no, technical difficulties. I think that was the last time I saw anybody on any. Yeah, tell the truth. Reporting from on the ground. And what's crazy is I met an Al Jazeera reporter there. She was awesome, but she was for Arabic, right? Al Jazeera Arabic for their Arabic audience. They will show the reality of what's happening in that, but not to their Al Jazeera English.
So they did block off the street. So, just in case you guys are wondering. And
they're in October, and they like shelled my hotel.
That was the journalist hotel?
Yes. Okay. Yeah.
Scarlett, there at the time it was at
that was interesting. There was another camera in here all of a sudden. That was weird. What's up, guys?
But no, I was there at the time. I was like 100 meters away. You know, it's like I'm walking back to my hotel.
Thank you so much, Barbara.
The Donbass Palace.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I think so, Bryce.
again, when you ask which
let's see.
The most recent.
I think so. Wyatt, hey, you want to say hello to everyone?
Hello. How's it going, everybody? Oh, look. Wow, you got some good numbers here. People are interested in what's happening, huh?
It was higher earlier, and then I started walking, and people disappeared. I understand.
Well, we're not disappearing. We're not going anywhere. We're going all the way to the White House.
Awesome. So you came all the way from Russia?
I came. Actually, I've been back in the country for a couple months now.
Oh, okay.
I came back for Christmas.
Okay.
But I was there in September and October, and yeah, I mean, I was in the Donbass for a while. Saw some incredible things. It's really a nightmare what's being done over there in the name of democracy. I mean, they're just entire cities are getting leveled, and hundreds of thousands, probably, of Ukrainian men are being turned into meat, basically, by advanced. I mean, it really is. It's industrial murder. What's happening there? It's hard to describe it, really. So it's, you know, in the one sense, it's it's good to be back here in the U.S. around so many people who are understanding that reality, that aren't fooled by the kind of mainstream media narrative. And it is surreal, though, also to go from that back to just normal life, right? It's
back here, yeah.
it's strange to know what's happening in our name.
You have to remind me, wasn't it like either the hotel or apartment you were staying in?
Yeah, my hotel. I was just telling this guy here, my hotel is the Donbass Palace, and it was struck by an artillery shell a couple hours after I arrived in the city.
That's right.
And I was about 100 meters away, and it was blown up directly in front of me.
It's terrible. Terrible.
Oh. Yes. No, it was awful. Sorry, I was.
What is that? Yeah, I'm looking at it too.
That's steam. I thought it was smoke.
I thought it was too.
I thought it was smoke. I thought somebody had lit something on fire. And I thought it was like some kind of provocation. Yeah.
I was like, it has begun.
Yeah, right.
Already. All right, Wyatt, thanks so much.
No. I apologize for being a little distracted, but thanks for having me.
Awesome. All right. So now. So I meant to tell you guys too, another thing, like the weather's so much better today than it was yesterday. Yesterday it was cold. and that's like, I would say, even like coming from Boston, I was surprised it was that cold here yesterday. I was like, we're going further south, so it's going to be warmer. And I was like, wrong. But it's nicer today. Now we are on sidewalk. Oh boy, I know. Say hello! What's up, cousin? I was just saying, I said I didn't run into Courtney or Colin. I was like, dang. Oh man. Well, I made it to this part. I'm surprised my phone is still alive, but I know. StreamYard is a mess though. Like,
Oh yeah.
I'm gonna try something else different.
Are you going that way?
Yeah.
Okay, I want to see you over there.
Okay.
Alrighty.
All right, see you.
All right, so we're back. Thank you so much, Susan.
My arms is right.
Whoopsie, sorry.
Yeah.
My hair's a mess. Do I still have that iced tea? Do I still have tea? Oh yeah, I do. Thanks. Sorry. Wait. So now we're gonna turn this around. You know, when I looked this walk up the other day, it said it was like 26 minutes. I don't think it's been 26 minutes. So maybe I just had, maybe I did not have the right actual pinpoint. Let me turn this around. I'm gonna try to, so you guys can see where we are now. Thank you so much, Wadesworth, I'm sorry. Wadeworth, thank you so much. Thanks so much, Arlen. Arlen. I need tea, Cotty.
Let's like take a break here. 1, 2, 3, 4. We don't want 9-4. 5, 6, 7, 8. Don't escalate. Negotiate.
I had to remove the sunglasses for a bit, guys. There's a little. I was very happy I got a press pass though, you guys. So I was like, let me in.
A fan wanted to be here.
Hello, how are you?
Yeah. Hello. But I just say, I think you're one of the best. Your media presence is fantastic, and I appreciate everything you do.
Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate that.
No problem.
All right, guys, I'm gonna flip the camera around so you guys can see.
Stop war, sit down NATO, free sign, NATO.
I like that. Let's see it. You okay? You good? I'm not. This thing is heavy now. Oh, I think this is it. This is it.
Let's shout so we can hear it. So loud. One, two, three, four, we don't want five, four.
Or I can't stand on those, but I can stand over here. I'm gonna go stand so I can get a crowd shot.
I
I don't know how to get up there. Other people got up there somehow.
The country was the original country. Every citizen.
Yeah, can't wait for the bottom.
Hey, I'm from Boston. Oh, awesome!
Like your video stuff. We've met before.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Awesome. Thank you. Hello. Thank you. The back of my head. I know. I kind of snuck in there. I was like, no one's going to see me at all. I'm sorry. I'm kind of short. I'm trying to get up here. Hello. Can you hold this just one bit? Just so I can stand up. I'm just trying to get the crowd, and then I'll come down.
I mean, you have to file.
All right, guys. Hopefully you can see better now, so you can see the crowd. Welcome the Empire! Hello again! Yeah. I mentioned it. I think I mentioned it one time on Twitter and people lost their shit. So I was just like, all right, whatever. Hey! You guys want a quick interview real quick? All right, guys. These are fellow Bostonians here. Why did you guys decide to come out today?
I think it's probably one of the bigger anti-war protests that have happened in a long time. I think it's important. Also, a lot of what's going on today is saying, look, the left and the right have been divided in this country over kind of culture war stuff. But we don't want World War III. There's going to be a need to unite with people on points you agree with, even if you disagree with them on other things. And I think, overall, we're really not taught that to really, look, we agree that we shouldn't start World War III. We agree that it doesn't make sense to send, $100 million to Ukraine. We agree that it doesn't make sense to start, war with China, or even a trade war with China. And so I think that there's really need for people to come together around those things. I think that's one of the reasons why.
Yeah, I mean, this is by far the biggest anti-war protest that's happened, and I don't even know how long. This country desperately needs an anti-war movement. If if you're it's just it's an opportunity squandered as I see it. There's a lot of different ideas being thrown around. Some that you may agree with, some that you don't, but there is just a generally agreed upon notion of not wanting another world war, not wanting a nuclear war, which is a lot more imminent than I think the media wants to lead you to believe. During the Cold War and Cuban Missile Crisis, people were pretty conscious of that, and now it's kind of just not at all. Even though everyone still has these capabilities, these tensions are still there. It's pretty scary. And this is by far the biggest thing that's happening right now. So it's silly not to be here and try to just make some connections and get some going off the ground.
Awesome. Awesome. Show everybody your button on your hat.
Oh yeah, you have the
You have it on your book bag? It says war, U.S. imperialism, NATO, and there's a big slash. All of those. So awesome.
Where's she at?
Costa!
How you doing?
How are you? Good to see you too. Yeah.
You can give me a hug later.
Okay.
You do your thing.
I'll
You can
try.
see you, meet you in person.
You too.
Like that.
Third parties unite for peace. I think that's a good idea.
Instead of all of us having a few thousand or 50,000, we only come together and form a national party behind 10 women that stand. And we might need to make some compromises. And we might need to just refine some of the things that we're talking about. But I think we should have a Congress of third parties and form a national party. A national third party, just we don't call it that. A council of third parties.
Just like the coalition of parties.
I have people in every state. I have a podcast with 300,000 listeners. But I'm still alone out there in the world. I run for office and I get 1%. But if everybody came together, we could have. People have said the Democrats and Republicans have never been more united. That's what I would say. What do you think about that?
I hear what you're saying. So, what about the Green Party? Because the Green Party already.
I read the Green Party's platform the other night. I read it one time.
Uh-huh.
And I was shocked. It almost seemed as if I print my platform from theirs besides their anti-nuclear on so many years. These things are amazing. But the rest of all the economic rights, the economic justice was the same thing. You know, so
That's interesting.
I read the people. I read the People's Party platform too. So it's identical, and I know I didn't. So I just think we're all thinking about the same thing. Here on the list. Here's a list.
Hello, how are you? Thank you. Nice to meet you. All the way from Texas? Awesome. Cool beans.
Well, those are the lists I came up with. I don't think anybody would disagree with you.
I'm just showing you guys a shot of the crowd here outside of the White House.
We don't have water. We don't have water or energy. That's number one.
Yeah.
What's the next one? Environmental restoration. So the Green Party are going to disagree with you here. I don't think that's true. I think that makes sense.
All right, Colin. Want to do a quick interview? Let me get a quick chat with Colin.
I don't want to be in your way.
I can get down here. Just give me just a second. Sorry.
Big science.
Okay, I'm down. Yeah, I just didn't want to fall.
No, it's not deep.
Okay, let's see if. Sorry. With Colin.
That's why I said
Quick interview. Why did you decide to come out today?
Because I personally believe that regardless of what you people think about the rally, I think it's important that, and I've said this, we're not going to necessarily talk about this in like a month,
right?
But what we choose to do from here, the people who are here, what they choose to do, that's the most important thing. And I really hope that people being here are able to take this and figure out how to organize in terms of how to talk more about this issue and other issues that we care about locally and statewide, because we can't always get together like this in DC. I think is good, but where the energy is going to come from is locally. So that's where the energy needs to go. So, and I can't talk about people, talking about doing things on a local level if I'm not necessarily promoting that myself. So that's why I'm here.
Awesome. Awesome. How do you feel about some of the criticisms
How
that
do I
have come
feel?
out beforehand?
I think, again, a lot of them are valid, and I don't want to mischaracterize people who do have concerns. I think there are valid concerns that we need to have. But again, at the end of the day, I'm not here for the speakers. You know, I'm here for the idea of showing solidarity in terms of this is an issue that needs to be talked about more seriously in terms of we're heading into potentially a proxy war with Russia and to a lesser degree right now, but probably more evident China. And we're talking about this while people in Ohio are suffering right now. And, you know, so so the criticism I think is valid and that should be addressed, but that shouldn't take away from the idea that we should be standing in terms of what both parties are doing, sending our money overseas where we need to have that attention here as well.
Right. Yeah, look at what's happening with East Palestine, Ohio, right?
Right. And Biden has yet to go over there to do his thing there. So, but yeah, so that's really why I'm here. It's more of the matter of the fact that I've been to many rallies since living in DC. I didn't agree with a lot of things that are happening. You know, I didn't necessarily agree with speakers. I didn't necessarily agree with content, but I still went, you know, in solidarity. A lot of people might remember I went at the Capitol with the AOC, Cori Bush,
eviction moratorium.
The eviction moratorium thing. Didn't particularly want to go. I still went, and then I ended up having that viral moment, you know. So, but I think it's more important to kind of talk to people who are here as to what are next steps. And I'm not necessarily hearing that conversation, at least right now. But I think the idea is that once the people leave after tonight, what should we be doing moving forward? I think those are the conversations that we should be having versus, oh, I don't like this person speaking or this person is not anti-war. Again, it's not about the speakers, it's about the people who are here who have this concern, regardless if you're on left or right.
Yeah, I think a big part of, I know Medea did say in passing that then at least on her end, the next step is they're having a meeting about what to do legislatively to try to fight against that, which is really good. But I think it's very important what you just said, that like a lot of times like we do have like multiple events and things like that. You can't hear me? Oh, you can't hear me? They heard me the whole time.
I've seen you on Jimmy Dore. You're great. Thank you. I've forgotten your name.
Sabrina, thank you so much. Yeah, I'll grab the mic. Eric said the sound is fine. Eric said sound is fine. So maybe it was just that one person. Okay. So oftentimes, like, I mean, you've been to a lot of these things. Like, I've been to a lot of these things, and oftentimes, you know, it's great to get people to come out, but then we also ask, like, okay, what's the next step?
Right. I always ask that.
Right.
And, you know, again, this is fine, but what will take place after this? And I feel that those discussions are not necessarily being had in terms of people saying, oh, this person's not anti-war, I don't like this particular person speaking, you know, it's full of right-wingers or whatever else. You know, as I say, you know, on INN News, it's not a matter of what you're against, it's what you're for. If you're for anti-war, be about it, and let's have the discussion as to how can more of these actions happen? How can more organization around this happen? And I'm more than willing to ally with people who are willing to have that conversation. But and I'll say this, you know, and not to call it us on the left, but you know, who on the left can pull this out? You know, I'm sorry, and I'm going to say it. You know, it was somewhat well organized. There's a big crowd here, and say what you want, but there's a decent turnout here. And you can argue there's a lot of people on the right here. So far for me, I haven't had any issues. But on the left, we're kind of bickering at each other, and And I feel like collectively, if we're able to, we can pull out something like this too. But I don't know. Like, so I think this is something that we have to consider more in terms of what are we doing on the left that we can at least try to attempt something like this. If not, we should be doing better than this.
This is the biggest one I've been to.
Yeah.
I mean, since like
George Floyd for me.
George Floyd, yeah, this is the biggest one I've been to.
Yeah. So I mean, we should, we should have had something like this already. And again, say whatever you want about the people who were organizing, but they had a lane because no one else was doing it. So they had a right to take that lane. So, and I know now there are some smaller anti-war rallies that will be happening in March. I know Copic is having one in March. I will be going to that. But again, it's like, what's the move from here that people can organize around to ensure that the message of anti-war has more prevalent voice versus what we're hearing from our politicians right now?
No, I agree. Yeah. We should have had something.
Right.
It's frustrating to me when I see like all the time, like Denmark, countries like Denmark,
right,
UK, like having like 50,000 people out in the street having protests, and it's like a struggle for me to just get like 50 people to come out.
Right. So again, I think George Floyd was, I wouldn't say it was unique. It was mostly because of Trump, and we were under lockdown and we had nothing else to do. So I think those were, I wouldn't say unique, but I think given the consideration of the pandemic, it was a unique situation where people were just tired anyway and were just really wanting to do something that we came out, like, and I was here, like so many people were here over the course of a couple of weeks, protesting. I haven't seen that energy since then, other than when Biden won the presidency. So where's that energy that we had for Trump that we should be having for Biden? So
we didn't have as large of a turnout for like Tyre Nichols compared
right. So so I think the idea of, as I say, people are willing to be more militant when there's a Republican in office, but then when it's a Democrat, then it's like pulling teeth. But I think even on the left, we should be better than this. We should be the ones that are making these moves, and not even to say that's necessarily. It should be the part of independent media that we have a hand in that, but we all are collectively a part of different organizations. We should be able to kind of gather and kind of rally and be able to pull off something like this. And right now, there's a lot of infighting among us that we can't even agree in terms of what is necessary in order to do something like this, which I think it's sad that we have to, that's basically come down to this. But I hope this is encouragement for those of you who are watching that you are needed. And the idea of being anti-war is not going to go away anytime soon. So I hope that this is a way for us to kind of have that conversation more seriously in terms of what we should be doing and how we can organize ourselves so that more of these actions can happen, more organization can happen, and that this could be potentially a national movement for anti-war.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Colin.
Thank you.
So there's someone over here speaking, but I can't see them, or can you hear it? It's like I can vaguely hear them, but not really. Oh, you're keeping them. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, Mutineer says, I think Pasta did a good job going after both parties. I agree. Thanks so much, Propaganda Candy. Thanks for going and sharing. Thanks so much. Thanks for going and sharing stuff. Thanks so much. Thank you. That other camera that popped in earlier was gray zone. How did they get in here? I'm so confused. I am confused by that. That's weird. I'm gonna try to go over here. There's someone speaking. I'm gonna try to go over here to see if I can hear their voice, but I can't find the person. Hi, how are you?
Listen to your podcast.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. Nice to meet you. Thanks so much. What's up, Luca? Thank you so much. Thanks so much for that. I'm going to go over here and I'm going to see. I think someone's speaking over here. So I'm going to try to see if I can actually find the person that has the microphone. Let's see if that happens. It's a cool sign here.
But more than that, we are in struggle to defend our fight for freedom. We have created the Hands Off Uhuru, Hands Off African campaign that has won international support for our struggle and exposes the FBI legacy of subversion, particularly as it applies to African freedom struggle. And I want to be clear, so we're all on the same page. Freedom for us is not to make America better for us. Freedom is a total destruction of this colonial mode of production led by U.S. imperialism. We organize to destroy the colonizer because by doing so, we destroy the designation of being colonized. We organize to free Africa and African people from being the objects of history so that we become the subjects of history. We organize to unite Africa under one socialist government that is hell-bent on self-determination at all costs. We recognize that this organizing, when we win, will shift the entire economic landscape of the world. We are winning. We will not back down. We call on anyone who believes in self-determination and a people's right to freedom to join our campaign because we need lawyers. We are raising money to fight off the FBI, and we need your skills and expertise to beat back the beast. Can you stand with us? If so, Uhuru, great. Then we calling you to go to handsoffuhuru.org and long live the African Revolution.
All right, next up, we've got Eric Jackman.
Thank you. Washington, D.C., how we doing? I'll be quick. So my name is Eric Jackman. I'm a comedian, podcaster, and impersonation extravaganza from New Hampshire. And I host a podcast with this guy right here called The Four Horsemen. You got any Four Horsemen fans here? Couple back there. And I host a podcast with my brother called Jackman Radio. And yes, I know I look like Jack Black and Chris Farley and Dan Aykroyd. I know that. Wow, what an event today. So in 2008, I drove Senator Mike Gravel all around New Hampshire. Remember Mike Gravel? One of the most badass, base, zero fucks given voices for peace this country's ever seen. To walk the halls of that shithole down there at Capitol Hill, wherever it is. And also in 2008, I became friendly with Dennis Kucinich and Ron Paul. How about those guys? In 2012, I worked in earnest for Ron Paul's campaign in New Hampshire, and we nipped right at Ken Dahl, Mitt Romney's heels. We came in second place with 24% of the vote, and it was an insurgent and upstart and one of the most inspiring things I've ever been a part of. And in that coalition, I see that coalition here again today. I see people who have socialist leanings, libertarian leanings, independent leanings, Green Party, and no political leanings. The one common thread among everybody in that coalition, we are sick and tired of fucking war. We're done. We've had enough of their wars. We've had enough of their lies, their propaganda, their bullshit. And that's what today is all about. And
thank you.
I was disappointed that a certain former independent governor from Minnesota wasn't here today. Jesse Ventura. Do we like Jesse Ventura? I was thinking about coming to Rage Against the War Machine today. I was going to frog into the Lincoln Memorial in a C-130, but my back hurt, so I couldn't make it today. But I just want to close with this. With people who are asleep on this issue, who are not paying attention to it, there's an opening with them. And it starts with conversations with your neighbors, you know, social media. Hey, it's so nice. We're all here off of Twitter and we're in the streets today. So to hell with the trolls. These are the real people right here. You can find an opening with MAGA people, with apolitical people. There's a way to find an opening and just have this conversation with them. So I love all of you, and I'm very inspired by this energy. And bless you all. Joe Biden, you better hear us. We're done. No more war. Thank you, everybody.
No more war. No more war. I am Clint Russell. I'm a Libertarian. I wrote 2 different versions of my speech today, and then I got here and I was like, wait, I'm going to be standing in a circle of all these savages and I'm going to read something? Like, can't do it. This is one of the most beautiful things I've ever been a part of. I feel as if our country was divided upon itself during the COVID hysteria, and I'm just so grateful to see people of all political walks of life that are coming together in what, in my opinion, is the most beautiful cause, and that's peace, and that's preventing nuclear war. So, just tremendous applause for you guys for actually getting off your couch, to stopping the Twitter storms, the Instagram posts, and the Facebook wall posts. You guys got off in the fucking street.
Hello. Hello.
She's the queen.
Hello. Stop war at all costs. I'm trying to get some of the signs so you guys can see.
Sabby.
Hello. Nice to see you.
We love you.
Thank you.
You do a great job.
Thank you so much. Project journalists and whistleblowers here. And then
Please remember what people say.
that's right. That's right. There's more Free Assange. I just want you guys to see all the signs because this was something I didn't get to do earlier. Hello.
Hello. My name is Buzzy. I call you Buzzy Roy. I live up in the gut grip.
Oh yeah.
My sons. I love the show. Thanks for being here.
Thanks so much.
This is my son Brady.
Hello. Nice to meet you. You're in Maine, right?
Yes, ma'am.
That's right. Okay, I remember.
Right?
Yeah, yeah.
She's up in Freetown too.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I talked to her earlier. So next time I'm up in Maine,
well, no, next time you have an event, because I was wondering about a year ago when Rome had that, you gave up the tents on right off Newbury Street.
Oh yeah.
I wanted to come down. I had my son, other son, didn't coach basketball. I couldn't get out, but I was so bummed that didn't get down. We did that mutual aid with Rome from the reps, from your networks, from the network.
Yeah, tour for the poor.
Yeah. Cool. Yeah, I collected money for it and sent them, gave it to Rome, whatever. But
awesome.
Yeah,
Awesome.
Big fan of the reps. Glad network.
Thanks so much.
Right on.
Awesome. All right, let's see. There's another one over here. I'm trying to get all the signs. Here we go. We have the Green Party of New Jersey. Hello. How are you? Hello.
Such a fan.
Thank you so much. Huh? The lady in the video?
You show her a video of the Bronx meeting.
Oh, yeah.
Bronx screens.
Okay. Awesome. Nice to meet you. Cool beans. All right. I'm just taking you guys around to check out some of the signs. Let's see. Here's another one.
Yeah, I mean, we have a huge presence. You notice there's like 30 people with the freaking. I counted 30.
This is for LaRouche.
Yeah. Say that again.
LaRouche, I'm talking to them, sorry.
I'm a Rain Man with that.
But yeah, I'm just letting them know. So you guys see, to stop World War III, USA must join the new paradigm. See that?
That goes with this side right here. See, it goes with this side right here. You know who won? Tell me who won. Who owns narrative? That's who won.
Yep.
I made the sign up a week ago.
That's right. That's right.
I made up the slogan a week ago. I thought I put a sign.
There's another one over here, guys. I was going to show you. And this one says peace through development. So you see the countries? There you go. And then just going around catching everybody, trying to catch what I can. Oh, sorry. Here, there's the popo. And here's another one. I think this one is very well said, right? Look at this sign.
How do they define terrorism? Terrorism is
Stop hating each other because you disagree. Isn't that the truth? Well, well, well. All right. There's another. I just want to show you guys different views, different angles. Here's another one here. Hello, nice to meet you. It says 41 years, 24/7 anti-nuclear peace visual, rain or shine through hurricane, sleet, or snow. So this is a peace visual here. You see it says here, wanted wisdom and honesty. There you go. Honesty and peace. All right.
Yeah, so good. Yeah, how long have you been here? I was here in 1976.
All right, guys. I'm gonna flip this back for 1 second because I am looking at my battery and I'm surprised I made it this long, to be honest. Flip around. Hey there, cutie pies. All right, guys. I think I'm gonna go ahead and end the stream just because of my battery life. Even though I have my portable battery like plugged in, but it's getting to be about that time that I'm running low on fumes here. So I'm gonna have to close that out, and then that's that. So I'll be heading back to Boston tomorrow morning, and then I will. Well, actually, Eric, if you can make some clips of this. You can get like the interviews. Well, Eric, you know how to do this. The interviews, some of the speeches that you think people need to hear as a clip. We'll clip some of these, get them out to you guys. And other than that, guys, thanks so much for rocking with me. Have a good night. Keep up the fight. Bye, guys. Uh-oh, I can't end the stream. Oh, there it goes. Okay.